Councilmember Favor, would you please lead us in the pledge?
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you, Councilmember. This evening, Council is appreciative to have Minister Vince Ford, who's the Senior Minister at Church of Christ at Genesee Avenue, who will pray for this council and our deliberations this evening. Minister.
Let us pray. Dear Heavenly Father, we come to you. We thank you so very much for this evening. We thank you for the leadership in this city, dear God. We're asking that you add strength to the leadership of this city, dear God, not only as they move forward, but keep them safe. Heavenly Father, we thank you for this medium of technology to be able to talk about some of the issues that are going on in the city to make the city a better place for the residents of Columbus, Ohio. We ask that you be with our health, be with our safety, that we can show love to one another, dear God, show love to our neighbor. We also ask that you guide our hearts and minds in the direction of humanity for all, dear God. We ask that you bless us with equity, that you also instill us with hope that lasts forever, dear God. And in Jesus' name, amen.
Thank you, Minister Ford. Please, clerk, please call the roll.
Brown, Dorans, Favor, Remy, Tyson, President Harden.
Can I get a motion to dispense with the reading of the journal?
So moved. Second.
Clerk, please call the roll.
Brown, Dorans, Favor, Remy, Tyson, President Harden.
This week's communications received by the city's clerk's office are listed on the agenda and will be published in the city bulletin. Are there any other records to be read into the record?
Yes, President Harden, members of council, the following communication were received on November 9th, 2020. On behalf of the Franklin County Board of Elections, I hereby certify that the board has examined the part petitions for initiated ordinance clean energy received by our office from you on October 29th, 2020. The numbers of valid and invalid signatures on the part petitions for the prospective initiative are as follows. Total signatures, 10,128. Valid signatures, 6,650. Percentage of valid signatures submitted relative to the number of total raw signatures is 65.6%. There was also one invalid part petition with 22 signatures. The total number of voters or electors that participated in the 2019 general municipal election was 98,698. The number of electors who represent 5% of the total electors is 4,935. Please let us know if we may be of further assistance. Sincerely, Jeff Mackey, Manager, Petitions and Campaign Finance. Also, as required by Section 42-9 of City Charter, we received a legal review memorandum regarding the Clean Energy Initiative petition on November 6, 2020 from City Attorney Zach Klein. That's all at this time.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Are there any resolutions by members of council, starting with President Pro Tem?
No, Council President, thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Mitch Brown.
Nothing this evening, sir.
All right. Councilmember Dorn.
Thank you, Council President. Just one quick announcement. Just to remind folks watching that the Public Utilities Committee and the Environment Committee will be holding 2 joint public hearings this week to learn more about the governance and operation plans for the Community Choice Aggregation Program following the overwhelming passage of Issue 1 earlier this month. The first hearing will be held tomorrow, 5 p.m. virtually. Representatives from the mayor's team, Trey Bell LLC, will be on hand to present and explain the next steps of the governance and operations plan for our aggregation program as a city. There will be also an opportunity for residents to provide feedback on this plan. The hearing will take place virtually tomorrow at 5 p.m. and again, another hearing this Thursday at 4 p.m. You can watch both here on Council's Facebook page or YouTube page or CTV. If you'd like to participate or offer any testimony, please email my legislative aide, Kevin McCain, at kbmccain@columbus.gov for the proper links to join us tomorrow or on Thursday. With that, that's all I have this evening. Thank you, Council President.
Thank you, Councilmember. Councilmember Favor.
Thank you, Council President Harden. Just a brief announcement. Applications for the 2021 Columbus Youth Council are now being accepted. Interested juniors and seniors from Columbus City Schools can visit www.columbus.gov/CYC for additional details and the application form. Thank you.
Councilmember Remy.
Hey, thank you so much, President Harden. I have one announcement to share. This Thursday, November 19th at 5:30, the Economic Development Committee will be hosting a virtual public hearing to review a number of TIF agreements being considered for passage on Monday, November 23rd. You can attend the public hearing via Facebook, YouTube, or WebEx. For anyone who would like to share public testimony, you may email my legislative assistant, Lucy Frank, at ljfrank@columbus.gov to sign up to speak or send written testimony. Thank you so much, Council President Harden. That's all I have this evening.
Thank you, Councilmember. Councilmember Tyson.
Yes, I have just a couple of announcements. Again, the Commission on Black Girls is hosting a Black Girl SOAR conference on Wednesday, the 18th, and you can still register at blackgirlsoar.com, blackgirlsoar.com. We will also, during that event, we'll hear from Sky Jackson, who is an 18-year-old actress. We'll hear from Tamika Mallory, who is an activist. So they're going to be, as well as our advisory council of 17 girls will be very much involved in this event. They'll be interviewing interviewing some of our guests and also serving on panels. We'll also have 20 organizations in the marketplace for our girls that can gather information to be able to use as they're going through COVID. And we'll also recognize 27 girls of our Black Girl SOAR 2020. Additionally, I also want to again mention we have free flu shots from Columbus Public Health at the Ohio Expo Center and State Fair at the Celeste Center at 717 East 17th Avenue from 8 to 4 p.m. Monday through Friday. And you can also receive a free COVID-19 test as well. Thank you very much. That's all I have.
Thank you, Councilmember Tyson. As we do at the beginning of every meeting this year, we want to acknowledge that COVID is still present in our community. As of this afternoon, we've had 494 COVID deaths in Columbus. That's 5 more of our residents, our neighbors, who have lost their lives to this disease since our last meeting. Commissioner Roberts, Dr. Roberts is with us this evening, and I was wondering if she would want to make any remarks. We are preparing ourselves for the holiday weekend and certainly seeing and reading about this third wave that we're going through. Commissioner, the floor is yours.
Hi, good evening, and thanks for having me. Yes, as you all have mentioned, we are still going through this unprecedented pandemic, and we continue to see our cases go up, not only here in Franklin County, but all around the state and really all around the nation. As we start to celebrate the holidays in November and December and even January, I really encourage all of our residents to think differently about the holidays this year. I'm asking you to make some more sacrifices. I realize you've made many sacrifices, but I'm asking you to make just a few more so that we can get through the holidays with all of our family healthy and safe on the other end of this pandemic. So I encourage you to, or I really should say, I discourage you from having guests into your home to celebrate the holidays. You might ask, well, what's the difference between dining out with family and friends versus having them in your home? Well, when you go into a restaurant, there are many safe measures in place. You're not serving from a buffet. You're not lingering for hours, and you are seated at a table. When you bring people into your house, you're talking, you're laughing, you're lingering, you're going in different rooms in your home. You're in the kitchen, you're in the dining room, you're in the living room, and you often are bringing in a variety of different people who you might not have been with over the last 8 to 9 months for any prolonged period of time. And many of these infections are spread asymptomatically, meaning the individual has no idea that they have COVID-19 They go out, they're around other people, and within 24 to 48 hours of being at that event, they have symptoms. And now everyone they were exposed to in the last 48 hours is now a contact to them and needs to quarantine. So I strongly encourage everyone to find different approaches, unique approaches to celebrate all of the holidays that are coming upon us in a different way so that we can all get through them healthy and safe. And next year, I'm very confident that when we get to the holidays next year, we'll be in a very different position and we will be able to celebrate the old-fashioned way.
Thank you, Commissioner, and please pass along our appreciation to all your team who are continuing to work on the front line to keep us all safe. On a related note, I'd like to introduce a resolution from the floor. It is 0189X-2020. It's to urge Governor DeWine and the Ohio Legislature to extend the deadline for operating public meetings electronically. Some background on this. On March 27, 2020, the Ohio Legislature passed House Bill 197, which includes a provision to allow state boards and commissions, local and county governments, and higher education boards to operate meetings electronically during the declared emergency, but not beyond December 1st, 2020. With the increase of COVID-19 cases and the deadline of December 1st quickly approaching, there's an immediate need to address the safety and security of local communities by extending this deadline. Legislation attempting to solve this problem has been bogged down with legislative writers, and some legislators put individual priorities above the safety of all Ohioans. The potential elimination of the virtual meetings would impact city councils, our area commissions, our historic review boards, and other public bodies across the state whose work is vital to well-functioning communities. So be resolved by this council that the City of Columbus urges Governor DeWine and the Ohio Legislature to extend the deadline for operating public meetings electronically. Are there any questions or comments by my colleagues? Seeing none, I move for adoption. Is there a second?
Second.
Please call the roll.
Brown, Dorans, favor Remy Tyson, President Harden.
Ordinance is adopted. Thank you to my colleagues, and we look forward to working with the legislature as they move that piece of legislation forward. Are there any comments by our elected officials? I see Megan Dyer, Auditor Kilgore, along with us. Anything with us this evening? Anybody from the City Attorney's Office? I see Mr. Rich Cogleves is with us, and our Treasurer as well. Are there any requests by members of council for removal of an ordinance or resolution from the consent portion of the agenda? Seeing none, may we have a motion to waive reading of the titles of 30-day legislation by the city clerk? Is somebody going to move?
So move. Second.
Thank you. Clerk, please call the roll.
Brown, Dorans, favor Remy Tyson, President Harden.
Thank you. Will the clerk now read into the record the ordinance numbers of 30-day legislation on tonight's agenda?
Sure. Public Safety Committee Resolutions 171, X 173, 174, 175, 176, 177, 178, 180, 181, 182, 183, 184, 185, 186, 187, and 188X-2020. Public Utilities Committee Ordinances 2427, 2472, 2475, 2476, and 2499-2020. Economic Development Committee Ordinances 2511, 2530, 2531, 2535, 2545, 2563, 2571, 2600, 2601, 2619, 2620, 2621, 2622-2020. Zoning Committee Ordinances 2441, 2542, 2558, 2564, 2565, 2566, and 2567-2020.
We don't have any speakers on first reading. The following ordinances appear on our agenda as consent actions. Will the clerk now read those ordinances into the record?
Resolutions of expression 167X and 168X-2020. Finance Committee ordinances 2453-2020. Recreation and Parks Committee ordinances 2337, 2491, 2519-2020. Education Committee ordinance 2552-2020. Public Utilities Committee ordinances 2366, 2375, 2379. 2428 and 2490-2020. Technology Committee Ordinance 2401-2020. Public Service and Transportation Committee Ordinance 2414-2020. Housing Committee Ordinances 2507, 2508, 2509-2020. Environment Committee Ordinance 2458-2020. Health and Human Services Committee Ordinances 1889, 2438, and 2500-2020. And appointments from the Mayor's Office numbered A0106, 107, 108, 109, and 110-2020.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Are there any questions or comments from my colleagues? May I have a motion for approval of these items designated as consent?
So moved. Second.
Clerk, please call the roll.
Brown, Dorans, favor, Remy Tyson, President Hart.
Consent portion of the agenda is passed. We will now proceed with the second reading of 30-day legislation. And the first committee to come before council is the Finance Committee. That committee is chaired by President Pro Tem. President Pro Tem, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Council President. You're about to hear a lot of me talking because we have a lot happening in Finance Committee, so I apologize in advance for the time we're going to take up on this. But tonight in Finance, the first two items are the Capital Improvements Program for the next 5 years and the 2020 Capital Improvements Budget. Although we are passing the CIP and the CIB this evening, I want to emphasize that the process of prioritizing these investments in our neighborhoods is ongoing. These projects, which include street and sidewalk repair, water and sewer work, recreation and parks facilities, and more, they all take time to plan and construct. And the process, again, for prioritizing them continues throughout the year and relies on ongoing communication with our neighborhoods. I want to thank the departments for doing that work. My goal as finance chair is to make these investments open and accessible. These projects are, excuse the pun, some of the most concrete ways we make investments in our neighborhoods, visible ways that our residents can see. We held a public hearing on November 9th to review each department's 2020 capital budget. I really appreciate the work of the departments to highlight many of the local projects in neighborhoods across the city. And that hearing can be reviewed by anyone on the city's YouTube channel. You can, of course, contact my office or any office of City Council at any time with questions. Director Lombardi, can you provide an overview of the CIB, including the circumstances around the delayed timeline for proposal of the budget this year? Again, there's a lot going on in this committee. We don't typically hear the capital budget at this time of year. Director Lombardi, if you're there, I will turn it over to you.
Thank you, Councilmember Brown. President Hardin, President Pro Tem Brown, other members of council. I'll just give a quick overview from the hearing that we had a week ago. First of all, council is taking up two ordinances tonight for consideration. One is for the Capital Improvements Program, which is also known as the CIP, and the Capital Improvement Budget, which is known as the CIB. The Capital Improvement Plan is just that, it's actually a 6-year planning tool that includes the current year budget. So it's a 5-year planning tool that includes 1 year of the budget. In this capital budget that you'll be looking at is that current year budget, which will then fund projects such as water and sewer infrastructure, streets, and sidewalks. When you total up all the funding sources that are available to us, the capital budget equals $1.4 billion. However, the new money being requested for bond sales in the future is $1 billion. That includes $205 million that will be supported by the 25% set aside, $818 million that will be supported by the utility fees. But it should be noted, of that $818 million, $616 million will be projects that will be funded through the state of Ohio low interest loan program. And then $9.6 million is supported by other funding sources. Councilmember, as you indicated, this is not a normal year. 2020 hasn't been normal for quite some time, and we normally would submit a capital budget in the spring. However, due to uncertainties of revenues since March, as the city began to see the effects of the COVID-19 pandemic had on our economy, the predictability of revenues was very difficult. We worked through the next several months on various revenue scenarios. Had the budget been passed in the spring, most likely, various projects would have been reduced or removed after the city auditor revised her estimate in June. So many of our community projects that you spoke about may have been removed from the capital budget or reduced. By waiting until the city auditor had provided her official estimate in October, it allowed the city to put together a budget with more certainty, which is why we are bringing it so late this year. Our next steps will be to submit ordinances to council requesting authorization on various bond issues. We will work with the city auditor on the timing of the sale. And again, I want it to be noted that the bond sale will be for new money only and will not include carryover or the $661 million in utility projects that will be funded through the state of Ohio low interest loans. Thank you again for an opportunity to brief council. And if any council members have any questions, I will try to answer them this evening. Thank you.
Great. Thank you, Director. Are there any questions from my colleagues? Speak up, be verbal if you have one. Okay, great. Thank you. And, you know, we're obviously hopeful we'll be able to gather under a new normal next year that will bring us back to our regular schedule for the capital budget and will allow us to return to our neighborhood-based hearing schedule as we continue to focus on the local impact of these investments. So I will move into the ordinances first we have resolution 0162X-2020 to accept the capital improvements program dated 2020 to 2025 as described herein as the primary guide for future capital improvement budget ordinances and to declare an emergency. I'd first like to take this from the table.
Second.
Please call the roll.
Brown, Dorans, favor, Remy Tyson, President Harden.
Removed.
And I move for passage.
Second.
Please call the roll.
Brown, Dorans, favor, Remy Tyson, President Harden.
Pass.
Next, we have ordinance 2521-2020 to adopt a capital improvements budget for the 12 months ending December 31st, 2020, or until such a time as a new capital improvements budget is adopted, establishing a project budget for capital improvements requiring legislative authorization in 2020, and to repeal ordinance number 1326-2019 as amended, and to declare an emergency. I'd first like to move to take it from the table.
Second.
Please call the roll.
Brown, Dorans, favor, Remy Tyson, President Harden.
Removed.
Next, I move for passage.
Second.
Please call the roll.
Brown, Dorans, favor, Remy Tyson, President Harden.
Pass.
Great, thank you. Next, we have ordinance 2469-2020 to authorize and direct the Director of Finance and Management to accept grant funds from the U.S. Department of Housing and Urban Development in the amount of $7 million for the Community Development Block Grant Program, to authorize the appropriation of $3,783,500 from the unappropriated balance of the CDBG fund, and to declare an emergency. This ordinance accepts the 2021 CDBG estimated award and appropriates a portion of that amount. Subsequent ordinances will appropriate the remaining grant funds by authorizing additional contracts and expenditures. The CDBG program is funded with entitlement awards by the U.S. Department of Housing and Urban Development. All expenditures are consistent with the 2020 through 2024 consolidated plan drafted by Finance and Management and already approved by this council and by HUD. All appropriations must align with the 2021 action plan and are contingent on council approval of that ordinance, which we expect to consider at our December 7th meeting. I am holding a finance hearing tomorrow at 3:00 p.m. to review the 2021 action plan, and the public comment period for the plan remains open until November 25th. The plan can be viewed at columbus.gov/finance under the grants management section, and comments can be submitted to grantsmgmt@columbus.gov. I know Thanksgiving is going to look very different for all of us this year. So instead of cooking that big turkey, sit down at columbus.gov/finance and review the consolidated action plan and let us know what you think by November 25th. Like our operating and capital budgets, public input is critical to ensuring that these dollars are being used to address neighborhood needs as effectively as possible. Emergency action is being considered so that these financial transactions can be posted as soon as possible in order to maintain up-to-date accounting records. Are there any questions from my colleagues? Hearing none, I move for passage.
Second.
Madam Chair, we had a speaker on ordinance 2051, and we can pull them in as all of these kind of still relevant to the conversation. But
I'm very sorry about that.
No. Would you like to go ahead and just pass this one and then on the next one, pull them in?
Yeah, let's I move for passage on this one, and then Angie, if we could get the speaker on 2521 in, that would be great. I really apologize.
No problem. So there's a second. Clerk, please call the roll.
Brown, Dorans, favor, Remy Tyson. President Hart.
Passed.
Angie, I think that Mr. Joe Motil is here to speak to 2521. I'm really sorry, Mr. Motil. I don't have all my screens up properly sometimes and miss an item. So if Mr. Motil is there.
Yes, I'm here.
Okay, hi. Go ahead. And again, I'm sincerely sorry.
Yeah, and I accept your apologies. That's why I hate Zoom meetings, for one thing. Sometimes this happens. I understand. Thank you, Pro Tem Brown. President, Council, members of City Council, Joe Motil, 167 West Cook Road. I'm speaking on behalf of 2521 on the capital budget, by the way. We all know that taxpayer dollars from income tax revenues must be used to pay off 25% of debt service. And with the city income taxes being flat and the possibility of Columbus and other municipalities in the state of Ohio losing its ability to collect municipal income taxes, I think approving the capital budget at this time seems premature and ill-considered, especially when it's been reported that a ruling should be announced by a judge any day now on its future. The need for truly affordable housing in Columbus for those making under 60% of the AMI is undoubtedly one of the city's most critical needs. And yet only $11.5 million of the 2019 voter-approved $50 million bond package is being offered in this budget, and we don't know where or how it's going to be spent yet. And due to the COVID's impact on the city's hotel, motel, bed tax revenues, the share of that revenue that goes towards Affordable Housing Trust Fund will probably be less than $1 million this year, which is a drop in the bucket from previous years. Another concern of mine is spending $4 million towards the North Market Trump Tower streetscape project. This public incentives and financing section of the Economic Development Agreement package that was approved by City Council states that the city was to contribute $2 million and not $4 million, as is shown in this capital improvements budget. Or did the city now lie that it is contributing $6 million instead of $2 million towards this exclusionary upscale eatery and convenience mart that has been marketed as a public market of cultural diversity that does not engage in a cross section of our economic and social community? It's more like a gated palace for the rich and a tourism and convention business attraction than a true public market. And let's not forget that the 70% of the bed tax generated from the exclusive 200-room boutique hotel of this project goes back into maintaining it instead of going into human services and the Affordable Housing Trust Fund. And of course, there's the 100% 15-year tax abatement. And I just have to wonder, how much more does the taxpayer need to subsidize million-dollar developers for this project? Mayor Ginther also seems to think that spending $13 million on a so-called sports complex that contains soccer fields and some basketball courts is a priority over the more dire needs of Columbus residents and neighborhoods. This foolish project that received no public input needs to be done away with and tossed in the trash. On top of this, $13 million is being proposed on state-owned property that the city doesn't even have the authority to build on due to there being no lease agreement signed between the city and state. And millions more in this budget is being spent to continue the practice of protecting the investments of city council and the mayor's campaign contributing donors who to the decline of public education, affordable housing, disinvestment of our neighborhoods, and poverty through tax abatements, TIFs, and city income exemptions. Beneficiaries in this budget include Cover My Meds, Coffin Development, White Castle, Shift Woods, just to name a few. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Motel. There was a lot contained in there. I want to, first of all, structurally speak to, and we can follow up on specific points because there was a lot, but structurally, you mentioned that it shouldn't be passed at all with the revenue picture. And I would like to address that. As Director Lombardi said, and I'm going to pull you back in, Director, just to make sure I don't use the wrong terminology or am at all misleading. So please verify this for me. But the bulk of this budget is funded by enterprise funded, basically. So the fees that come from utilities, payments, and those sorts of things. The set aside, the way that the budget works is there's a portion that's funded by what exists in the special income tax fund that has been set aside, and it's how we make the payments. There are portions that we won't, we won't put out there until the SIT allows us to, but the majority of the non-enterprise funding for this budget is secured and backed by the current SIT. So, Director, can you jump in as to where I may have missed one of the points he made or gotten my explanation confused? I don't want to move on without sort of addressing the structural issues that Mr. Motil questioned.
Sure. Thank you, President Hardin, President Pro Tem Brown, other members of council. You are correct. Nearly 71% of the total budget is dedicated to public utilities. When we speak of just new money that is going to be needed, that number is 79% of the budget that will be as part of the bond sale will be covered by public utility fees, and that includes the $661 million in loans that they will receive through the state of Ohio. We do work. I do want to emphasize your comment about the SIT analysis. We do work very diligently with our city auditor's office to ensure that the city is in a position to be able to pay the debt. We do have our policy of 1.5 times ratio, and each year for 10 years in the SIT analysis, even with reduced revenues, we cover that 1.5 coverage ratio.
Great. Thank you, Director. I appreciate that. And, without being able to predict the future, I think that it is important to pass what is a diminished capital budget because the revenue picture is not doesn't have the same growth, based on the other years I've been on council. But I think it's important to pass a capital budget because these are investments in the community. This is a form of economic stimulus to get people working on these projects, the actual physical labor that it requires to do these projects, to get, in the case of the $11.5 million on affordable housing, those units actually stood up, to get safer sidewalks under the Safe Routes to School framework that public service has helped prioritize, and to get safer streets. This is a form of economic stimulus. So again, structurally, the finance department is very careful with the amounts that they ask council to consider. And our hearing on this was comprehensive about why these specific investments are good ones. And last but not least, in the time of uncertainty, it is actually a pretty important time to be passing what we can in the form of economic stimulus. So thank you.
Councilmember Brown?
Yes, please.
If I may, I'm wondering if we could also have Director Lombardi speak to Mr. Motil's question around why we are only activating 11.5 of the $50 million that was approved by voters in 2019 for affordable housing.
Yep. Director Stevens, I don't know which of you is better to answer that.
Well, I thank you, Councilmember Favor, President Hardin, President Pro Tem Brown, other council members. I will speak only to how it fit into the overall budget as we looked at different priorities. It was at the time as we got near October. There's actually, if you look at some of the other projects that are on the capital budget, that number is actually about 14 million in affordable housing. Only 11.5 of it is coming from the voted bond package money. I will allow Director Stevens speak to the more specifics of the programming, but we knew going into this to begin with, 50 million wasn't enough and that the entire community needed to step up. And we believe that even this investment, we believe will leverage some private dollars that will help us in the affordable housing arena. So with that, if Director Stevens has any more to add, I would turn it over to him.
Thank you, President Hardin, Chair Brown, members of council. One of the reasons we're at 11.5 of the 50 million voted bond authority is what you spoke to earlier, Chair Brown, about the diminished ability for us to have a lower capital budget. However, I don't think we should lose sight of this is $11.5 million more than we've ever put towards affordable housing. It's going to support those low-income tax credit deals that both are the competitive deals at 9% and the 4% non-competitive deals. And we estimate it's going to leverage $83 million in total investment, 510 affordable housing units over the next 24 months. Also, $2.5 million is going to be invested through Community Development for All People in the South Side. And this is half of the $5 million commitment Mayor Ginther made to the South Side community. Then for years now, the city has been funding $2 million to housing preservation to increase the local supply of decent, safe, and sanitary housing and decrease the number of vacant properties. So that's kind of the programming side of our affordable housing dollars. I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Director Stevens and Director Lombardi for that. And then just from just a technical question, how this will work in the future. So if we are activating 11.5 of the $50 million that's been approved by voters, does that mean next year, 2021, that we can activate the remaining amount? Is it that simple?
President Harden, President Pro Tem Brown, Councilmember Favor, other members of council, it will all boil down to the available resources we would have in 2021. And if we go through the same process and we have the same economic issues that we had this year, again, predictability this year was very difficult. It's my hope, as Councilmember Brown said, that we have some normalcy next year and growth, that we may be able to put more money toward affordable housing. But we will continue to work with our development department to ensure that affordable housing is on the forefront of our capital budget. The thing to remember, though, is that as we talk about the voted bond package, there is not a deadline of when that money needs to be spent. We'd love to get it all out, in the next year or two, but it will boil down to resources and how we prioritize other projects to continue moving our community forward.
Thank you. Thank you, Councilmember Brown.
Thank you, Councilmember Favor. I appreciate that. And an emphasis that with the confidence of our community, we're able to make those investments in affordable housing. We still need overall structurally, the backing of the SIT in order to do any of those things, because we don't want to leverage new property taxes, right? So appreciate the conversation and help with clarifying Mr. Motil's feedback. And thank you, Mr. Motil, for coming in and testifying. I do sincerely, again, apologize wherever you are in the internet ether at the moment for my oversight. We will move on to our next budget ordinance. All right, the next three ordinances actually represent the city's operating budget 2021 as proposed by Mayor Ginther last week. We're looking at essentially a flat funded budget in 21 due to the COVID-19 crisis, which has reduced expected tax revenue primarily because we are primarily income tax funded city. I want to emphasize and thank the role of the finance department this year. Due to their quick action early in the pandemic, we are in a position to continue providing essential city services as we have throughout the year, despite reduced revenue. So tonight, as we do every year, City Council will be tabling these ordinances indefinitely in order to review the budget through a public hearing process, like we do every year. The schedule of hearings will be announced and published soon, and I want to thank all of my colleagues in advance for your work hosting these hearings to review the budget in depth with the departments whose committees you chair. We will continue to focus on how the city supports families during the COVID-19 crisis. We usually don't consider all three of these budgets I've gone through so close together. They are purposefully spaced throughout the calendar. This year is different. This year is unique. I want to emphasize again that public input is a crucial part of making sure we are directing these dollars to have the most impact where they are needed most. And frankly, we must continue our focus on addressing the issues that were here before the COVID-19 crisis and that have only gotten worse. That starts with building pathways out of poverty and level the playing field for families, with targeted support for affordable housing, workers, and yes, our childcare system that is essential infrastructure. We also heard loud and clear this summer the calls for us to re-examine and reimagine the way we promote safe neighborhoods for everyone. We took an historic step forward with the overwhelming support of voters in the passage of Issue 2, and we want to continue taking steps forward as this council and Council President Harden has committed to reimagining public safety as a community. Additionally, as we examine this budget, we must renew our commitments to work with every person, organization, or agency to address gun violence as the public health threat that it is. I'd like to acknowledge that since this council last gathered, the city reached a very grim milestone, our 144th homicide, a new record in Columbus. Across the city and spanning nearly every viewpoint, we are all in search of safe communities for ourselves, our families, and our neighbors. I hope that is our guide as we review this budget, because it's clear we have work to do as a city. Are there any questions or comments before I move into reading the title of each ordinance, the three, and moving to table? Any questions or comments from colleagues? All right, I will move into it. Ordinance 2502-2020 to make appropriations for the 12 months ending December 31st, 2021 for each of the several object classes for which the City of Columbus has to provide from the monies known to be in the treasury of said City of Columbus in the fund known as the General Fund during the said 12 months from the collection of all taxes and from other sources of revenue, the amount of $964 million, and to declare an emergency. I request to table indefinitely.
Second.
Please call the roll.
Brown, Dorans, favor, Remy Tyson, President Harden.
Tabled.
Next is ordinance 2503-2020 to make appropriations and transfers for the 12 months ending December 31st, 2021 for other funds for various divisions, to authorize the city auditor to make transfers as may be necessary and to declare an emergency. I request to table indefinitely.
Second.
Please call the roll.
Brown, Dorans, favor, Remy Tyson, President Harden.
Tabled.
And ordinance 2504-2020 to make appropriations for the 12 months ending December 31st, 2021, selected other funds for various divisions, to authorize the city auditor to make transfers as may be necessary and to declare an emergency. I request to table indefinitely.
Second.
Please call the roll.
Brown, Dorans, favor, Remy Tyson, President Harden.
Tabled.
Great. And then there's one ordinance in education that I'd like to read before being done with my section. Is that all right, Council President?
Please.
Ordinance 2639-2020 to authorize the Columbus City Council to enter into a grant agreement with Columbus City Schools to support their operations in providing additional services during the COVID-19 pandemic, to authorize a transfer of appropriations and an expenditure within the CARES Act fund, and to declare an emergency. These dollars are a continuation of support we have provided to help close the digital divide for all students. Earlier this year, we partnered with CCS to provide laptops for students. We've also partnered with WarpSeed to provide computers and internet connections for Columbus students who attend other districts. We've committed to dollars to learning extension centers, and this represents a continuation in this council's commitment to students across Columbus. I would like to actually turn it over to Councilmember Remy to talk more about this effort here in front of us tonight for our consideration. Councilmember?
Thank you so much, President Pro Tem Brown. I consider it a great honor to sponsor this ordinance this evening. This legislation authorizes Columbus City Council to enter into a grant agreement with Columbus City Schools to support their operations in providing additional services during the COVID-19 pandemic. During the ongoing pandemic, Columbus City Schools continues its teaching and learning in the remote setting. There are 197 Columbus City Schools classrooms with students that have complex needs. Usually students in this environment spend 60% or more of their academic day in these classrooms. Earlier this year, as President Pro Tem mentioned, this council approved $7 million in CARES funding to Columbus City Schools to help purchase Chromebooks so that every student had a device for remote learning for the start of the new school year. However, Chromebooks do not support the learning needs of many complex needs students. There is a need for 233 iPads with impact-resistant cases for use by students with complex needs to use as part of instruction and to facilitate their participation, and to be used also by intervention specialists to support these students. The iPad Pros with cases are needed to be issued directly to students with complex needs so that they might benefit from the touchscreen device. The iPad Pros can support students with disabilities in the following ways. communication needs by uploading choice boards, speech generating programs for students with complex communication abilities, screen readers for students with visual impairments, the use of built-in applications like dark mode and display accommodations, as well as magnifier and font adjustments, the use of visual schedules and timers to assist individuals' small group or the whole class with transitions and calendars. Social skills can also be targeted with iPads by creating class videos and use of targeted applications and more. Emergency designation is required or is requested to ensure that Columbus City Schools organizations can begin providing additional services as soon as possible. In talking with my wife, who's a teacher with Columbus City Schools, and of course, my student or my kids all go to Columbus City Schools, and some of the peers of my wife and principals, we realized that there was a need in this particular realm, and that students with complex needs couldn't just simply use a Chromebook that didn't have some of the touchscreen elements. And so it was really my honor to try to put this program together to enhance what we've already done as a council. And so this evening, I've invited Dr. Talisa Dixon, the superintendent of Columbus City Schools, to speak on the importance of this legislation. Thank you, Dr. Dixon, for stopping by this evening. And of course, the floor is yours.
Oh, thank you. First, I'd like to thank Columbus City Council for its ongoing partnership with Columbus City Schools and your clear commitment to our 50,000 students and their families, as well as our nearly 10,000 employees. As you've stated, your support of more than $7 million in CARES Acts enable us to provide every CCS student with their own Chromebook for learning safety in the remote setting has been absolutely critical. Additionally, your additional financial support last month to assist those families who have challenges with internet connectivity also is a critical part of the overall strategy for providing equitable education opportunities for all of our students. So thank you for your consideration of this ordinance this evening to assist us in our efforts to teach students with complex needs, particularly during this pandemic. As stated, we have 197 CCS classrooms with students who have complex needs. Usually students in this environment spend 60% or more of their academic day in these classrooms. We have learned that the Chromebooks do not allow for the type of programming that both our teachers need and our students to teach our students with complex needs remotely, not for the students themselves to learn remotely. So CCS has purchased iPads to all of its associated software and hardware, including microphones, speakers, etc., for our special ed students, teachers to use remotely to teach their students. But we also need to purchase different laptops for the students themselves. So this gift will allow us to purchase 233 iPads to impact resist in the cases, as Councilmember Remy has stated. And also, as he stated, we're going to be able to provide the students with the screen readers that they need, built-in soft applications, as was stated, like the dark mode, display accommodations, the magnifier, the font adjustments. So this technology allows us to provide better teaching and learning and equitable education for them. The students will use these iPads remotely setting from their home, which was continued through the end of our first semester in January. Then when we return in hybrid, our students will be able to bring these iPads with them to their classroom setting and utilize them in the classroom with their teachers and their teacher assistants. So on behalf of our students with complex needs, their families, and their teachers, I cannot thank you enough for considering this financial contribution. Although on the surface, 233 iPads may not seem like a lot, but I assure you, the impact these laptops and associated software will have in the lives of these students, and this is simply immeasurable. It would make a tremendous difference. And I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you so much, Dr. Dixon. We really appreciate you stopping by tonight to talk about the importance of this proposed legislation. Do any of my colleagues have any questions about the legislation or for Dr. Dixon herself this evening? Well, seeing none, then I'll turn it back to President Pro Tem Brown. I appreciate the opportunity to speak on this and certainly appreciate my colleagues' support.
Thank you, Councilmember Remy. I appreciate your leadership on this issue. And Dr. Dixon, it's always nice to have you at council. So thank you for coming and underscoring what Councilmember Remy's leadership will mean to CCS on this piece.
Thank you.
I move for passage.
Second.
Please call the roll.
Brown, Dorans, favor Remy Tyson, President Harden.
Passed.
Thanks, Council President. That's all I have.
Thank you, Madam Chair. The next committee to come before council is the Public Utilities Committee. That committee is chaired by Councilmember Dorans. Councilmember, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Council President Harden. Tonight in Public Utilities, we have ordinance number 2380-2020 to authorize the Director of Public Utilities to enter an agreement with Hill International, Inc. for professional services for the Professional Construction Management 2020 project for the Division of Water, to authorize a transfer and expenditure of $2,442,500 within the Water General Obligations Bond Fund, to authorize a modification of the Professional Construction Management 2018 project with Hill International, Inc., and to amend the 2019 capital improvement budget. This professional construction management contract will support various projects in the Division of Water capital program. These projects will maintain and upgrade drinking water supply and treatment facilities to provide a safe and reliable water supply to Central Ohio. Do any of my colleagues have any questions or comments? Seeing none, I move for passage.
Second.
Please call the roll.
Brown, Dorans, favor Remy Tyson, President Harden.
Passed.
Thank you. Next, we have ordinance number 2405-2020 to authorize the Director of Public Utilities to execute a plan modification to the 2020-2022 Construction Administration Inspection Service Agreement with EMH&T Inc. for 4 Division Water projects, to authorize a transfer and expenditure of up to $1,220,302.59 in the Water General Obligation Bond Fund, and to authorize an amendment to the 2019 capital improvement budget. The Division Water projects include improvements to the Reiner Public Utilities Complex at 910 Dublin Road. These developments consist of enhancing security, improving the parking lot and overall site, and improving standby power at the facility. Do any of my colleagues have any questions or comments? Seeing none, I move for passage.
Second.
Please call the roll.
Brown, Dorans, favor Remy Tyson, President Harden.
Passed.
Thank you. Lastly, in Public Utilities, I have ordinance number 2506-2020 to authorize the Finance and Management Director to associate all general budget reservations resulting from this ordinance with the appropriate current and pending universal term contract purchase agreements for the purchase of water treatment chemicals for the Division of Water, to authorize expenditure of $2,480,000 from the Water Operating Fund, and declare an emergency. Emergency designation is requested to avoid the delay of purchasing chemicals necessary for the water treatment process. This will allow the Division of Water to continue to provide safe, reliable drinking water to the citizens of Columbus and surrounding communities. Do any of my colleagues have any questions or comments? Seeing none, I move for passage.
Second.
Please call the roll.
Brown, Dorans, favor Remy Tyson, President Harden.
Passed.
Thank you. Thank you. President Harden, with your permission, I'd like to move on to Rules and Reference Committee on page 16 of our agenda.
Please.
Thank you. The next 3 ordinances are the proposed utility rate adjustments for the year 2021. All 3 were on first read at our last council meeting on November 9th, and the Public Utilities Committee held a public hearing last Tuesday virtually to present the proposed rates. The Sewer and Water Advisory Board met earlier this fall after reviewing the Department of Public Utilities proposed expenditures for fiscal year 2021. recommends to City Council a 3% increase in sanitary sewer rates, water rates of 2%, and stormwater rates of 1%, which are lower than the adjustment proposed last year. And I appreciate the work of the advisory board and the department to arrive at the numbers presented here tonight. These rates, if passed, would be effective on January 1st of 2021. The approximately rate adjustments are less than past years, but still allow the department to continue to provide excellent customer service and environmentally friendly manner to more than 1.2 million residents in Central Ohio that utilize water and sewer through the city. We recognize that water and sewer charges disproportionately affect lower income groups, a fact that has certainly been amplified during the COVID-19 crisis. The Department of Public Utilities will continue to maintain the low income discount program that discounts participants' sewer commodity portion of their quarterly bill by 20%. A new payment relief program for the City of Columbus power customers also offers a one-time credit of up to $150 to go towards an eligible resident's electricity bill. Customers who participate in assistance programs such as HEAP, Medicaid, food stamps, or live in a public housing may be eligible for discounts on their water and sewer bills. Additionally, seniors 60 and older with limited income may also qualify for a discount on their bill. The department is utilizing the availability of additional cash assistance to residents of Columbus financially impacted by COVID-19 who are facing utility shutoffs and have overdue bills. Please, I'm asking any residents that are having trouble making these payments, visit the Department of Public Utilities website at columbus.gov/utilities. You can also contact my office and we will make sure that you are put in touch with either the correct program at the city or one of our nonprofit partners that we've provided funding to. With that, I'd now like to read each of these ordinances and move for passage accordingly. First, we have ordinance number 2418-2020 to amend various chapters of 1105 of the Columbus City Code and to enact new water rates for the year beginning January 1, 2021, and to repeal existing sections being amended. Do any of my colleagues have any questions or comments? Seeing none, I move for passage.
Second.
Please call the roll.
Brown, Dorans, favor Remy Tyson, President Harden.
Passed.
Thank you. Next, we have ordinance number 2419-2020 to amend section 1147.11 of the Columbus City Code to enact new sanitary sewer service rates for the year beginning January 1st, 2021, and to repeal the sections being amended. Do any of my colleagues have any questions or comments? Seeing none, I move for passage.
Second.
Please call the roll.
Brown, Dorans, favor Remy Tyson, President Harden.
Passed.
Thank you. Finally, we have ordinance number 2420-2020 to amend section 1149.08 of the Columbus City Code to enact new stormwater fees for the year beginning January 1st, 2021, and to repeal existing sections being amended. Do any of my colleagues have any questions or comments? Seeing none, I move for passage.
Second.
Please call the roll.
Brown, Dorans, favor Remy Tyson, President Harden.
Passed.
Thank you, President Harden. That's all I have in my committees this evening.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. The next committee to come before council is the Public Service Committee. That committee is chaired by Councilmember Favorite. Councilmember, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Council President Harden. Tonight in Public Service and Transportation, we have ordinance 2554-2020 to authorize the Director of Public Service to execute a contribution agreement with the Greater Columbus Arts Council in support of Deliver Black Dreams, to authorize the expenditure of up to $15,000 within the Street Construction Maintenance and Repair Fund, and to declare an emergency. The Department of Public Service is contributing $15,000 in addition to the $60,000 that Council authorized last month to support Delivering Black Dreams. Delivering Black Dreams is a cultural campaign that is all about imagining a Columbus where Black, Brown, Indigenous, and white people are able to choose a destiny free from oppression and repression. The department's funding will provide space within the public right-of-way for the murals and will contribute labor to remove graffiti or other damage from the murals if necessary. I had the great opportunity 2 weeks ago to join in with the many volunteers and artists who have helped bring this incredible vision to life with the first public art mural. On this Thursday, November 19th at 2 p.m., we will have a virtual dedication celebrating the first installment. Residents can watch live on the city's Facebook page or YouTube channel. I am honored to support this work, and I look forward to the next phases of this campaign. Director Gallagher, would you like to make any additional comments at this time?
Thank you. Council President Harden, Council Member Favor, I know I speak on behalf of the mayor and many others as we are thrilled to invest and help with the Deliver Black Dreams public art project. Department staff have been coordinating with the Greater Columbus Arts Council and many others for months to make this project a reality and a success. The project is in the public right of way and is on a huge retaining wall. And we have been working to make sure that wall is prepped and ready to go, and the artwork is just wonderful. So we are thrilled to be part of this. And as you said, the dedication is this Thursday. And just to remind people, you can go to facebook.com/ColumbusGov to participate. And again, we're just proud to support the Deliver Black Dreams project. And we just say that Columbus residents, we are just proud to continue to fight for equity and justice. So thank you, Councilmember Favor, for allowing us to be part of this. We really appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you, Director Gallagher. Are there any questions or comments by my colleagues? Seeing none, I would move for passage.
Second.
I could not get myself unmuted quick enough, Councilmember Favor, to say how much I appreciate your leadership, the Department of Public Service leadership. One thing Columbus needs more of anyways, outside of this year, is more public art. And then understanding where we are and raising the plight and opportunities of people of color. This is a great synergy and speaks to who we are and really who we want to be in Columbus. So I just want to say, give my appreciation for your leadership in getting this done. Clerk, please call the roll.
Ms. Brown?
Abstain.
Mr. Brown?
Yes.
Mr. Dorrance?
Yes.
Ms. Favor?
Yes.
Mr. Remy?
Yes.
Ms. Tyson?
With an enthusiastically yes.
I love it.
President Hart?
Yes. Ordinance is passed.
Thank you so much. And for residents who want to check out the first installment, it's located on 5th Avenue, just before Cleveland Avenue. Check out the letter M. I personally helped to make sure that was done to perfection. So, you know, if my political career doesn't work out, maybe I'll just be an artist one day. So, but thank you to all my colleagues who have helped support this, and special shout out to the Maroon Arts Group for all of their hard work in making sure this project came to fruition. And with that, Council President Hart, may I move on to criminal justice and judiciary?
Please.
Thank you. Tonight in criminal justice, we have ordinance 2560-2020 to authorize and direct the city attorney to settle a damages claim submitted by Village of Wagoner Park to authorize the expenditure of $31,852.36 for settlement payment and to declare an emergency. On April 15th, 2020, a Columbus Public Service refuse truck collecting trash at the Village of Wagoner Park apartment complex struck a dumpster enclosure wall and causing the concrete containment structure to crumble. The apartment complex filed a damages claim for the cost of cleanup and for rebuilding of the enclosure. The total claim is $31,852.36. Are there any questions or comments by my colleagues? Seeing none, I would move for passage.
Second.
Please call the roll.
Brown, Dorrance, Favor, Remy, Tyson, President Hart.
Pass.
Thank you. That is all I have in my committees.
Thank you, Madam Chair. The next committee to come before council is the Economic Development Committee. Maybe one or two ordinances we'll get before we need a break for zoning. That is chaired by Councilmember Remy. Councilmember, the floor is yours.
Thank you so much, Council President Harden. Tonight I have 9 items in the Economic Development Committee. Please grab your popcorn and we will get through these. Council President, my first item, ordinance number 1557-2020, I'm going to hold off on and then return once its companion piece, which is ordinance 1685-2020, and the zoning committee has heard. May I proceed to my next ordinance?
We're giving you a thumbs up.
All right, good.
Yes,
There you go.
it's hard to unmute this thing.
All right. Well, thank you so much. My second ordinance this evening is 2038-2020 to authorize the Director of Department of Development to enter into an enterprise zone agreement with Agler Joint Venture LLC for a tax abatement of 75% for a period of 10 consecutive years in consideration of the company's proposed capital investment of $13,500,000 in real property improvements and the creation of 15 new full-time permanent positions. The need exists to enter into an enterprise zone agreement with Agler Joint Ventures LLC. The Ohio Enterprise Zone Law, Section 5709.62 of the Ohio Revised Code requires the city to enter into council-approved agreements between the city and participating companies. Agler Joint Venture LLC is a partnership that includes members of Fed One, who will serve as the general contractor for the site. Fed One, established in 1993, is a full-service general contractor and real estate developer. Over the past 20 years, Fed One has constructed nearly 13 million square feet of industrial space. They specialize in large manufacturing facilities and big box warehouses. Agler Joint Venture proposes to invest a total project cost of $13,500,000 in real property improvements to construct an approximately 240,000 square foot speculative industrial building at 3101 Agler Road. Additionally, the company will create 15 new full-time permanent positions with an estimated annual payroll of approximately $750,000 at the proposed project site. It should be noted the parcels comprising the project site are presently owned by SB Inc. Agler Joint Venture LLC will need to acquire ownership of these parcels prior to entering into an enterprise zone agreement. The Department of Development recommends 75% 10-year enterprise zone tax abatement on real property improvements. The City of Columbus School District has been advised of the project. And this evening we have Chris Bradley, partner at Agler Joint Venture, here to share a few words about this legislation. Chris, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Chairman Ramey and President Hart and the other members of council for allowing me to join you this evening. We're really excited about this potential project. It's about an 18-acre site in total, and we believe beyond the building and the job creation within the building, there'll be several other community benefits. Just to highlight a few of those, we're going to dedicate about 4.5 acres of parkland to the city at the corner of Cassidy and Agler. And then we will also be putting bike pedestrian trails along the frontage of the corner on both Agler and Cassidy as well. So we're real excited about that. We are in conversations with what would be a very good employer there that would be very focused on being a good local community citizen. And so we believe that the job opportunities may potentially exceed significantly what we're committing to here. That's not quite finalized, but regardless, we think that that could potentially happen. So I appreciate your consideration on this, and we look forward to working on it.
Thank you very much, Mr. Bradley. Director Stevens, would you like to make any comments about this particular piece of legislation?
Thank you, President Hardin, Chair Ramey, members of council. We are putting forward this job enterprise zone tax abatement to encourage the $13.5 million investment, as well as Mr. Bradley referred to a potential employer that we currently have in town that would be retaining jobs, as well as adding additional jobs from a regional consolidation. What's really important is we've worked with the developer to address the concerns of the neighborhood and honor the good neighbor agreement that's been put in place. And we know the business will work with Impact Community Action to provide job training for the residents. I'll be happy to answer any questions. Councilmember
Tyson.
Thank you, Director. And I really don't have any questions, but I just want a commitment. You know, certainly this was the zoning that we had last week in regards to the patch to the zoning on the corner of course, Agler and Cassidy. And again, I just want besides Director Stevens certainly talking about the good neighbor agreement, I would like to have Mr. Bradley again reiterate that they signed the good neighbor agreement. They're going to continue. They will be working with our community to make sure that we are going to be that he could commit that he is absolutely going to follow what's on the Good Neighbor Agreement, and that there is a commitment to working with Impact and the Workforce Development Board to make sure that we're hiring a diverse population, so Black and Brown people have an opportunity to be able to get jobs there, and then also to commit to that how the traffic flow will leave this building, ensuring that they are not going north on Cassidy. So I would like for him to just, before I support this, acknowledge that agreement and that they are in accordance with this work, and that whoever comes into this building will also be willing to work with the nonprofit organizations I just mentioned.
Mr. Bradley.
Thank you, Councilmember Tyson. Yes, we are in agreement with the Good Neighbor Agreement and have executed that. And in fact, since last week when we met on this, I had a long conversation with this potential prospect I referenced previously. And I wish I could have conferenced you in, because I think we have a winner here as it relates to their commitment locally. And so I'm really excited about that.
Well, thank you, Mr. Bradley. I would hope that they would be, just based upon hearing who it could possibly be, I thought that they would be. That was something that was important. So thank you for your commitment to this work and to this community. Thank you.
Thank you.
Your questions?
Councilmember Remy.
Yeah.
Thanks, Councilmember Remy. Yeah, Mr. Bradley, I thank you for being here this evening, but I also want to underscore what Councilmember Tyson said last week. Councilmember Tyson spent a lot of time engaging with the community as well as the developer on this specific project. And oftentimes what we see in our communities, and you know, I'll call out communities of color, is a lack of support around Good Neighbor agreements and confidence that they will be upheld. So I'm excited to hear that you are committed to ensuring that the Good Neighbor Agreement is going to be followed, and that there will be a consistent level of engagement with the residents that live in that community.
Thank you so much, Councilmember Faber. This was a lot of work, and thanks to Councilmember Tyson for pulling the zoning through. I know that there were extensive amounts of meetings that occurred over over relatively most of this year to make sure that, people's needs were met, the concerns were heard, and certainly that the support was going to be there through this Good Neighbor Agreement. So accommodations to all of you for the hard work that you put into this. Are there any other questions or comments from my colleagues? Seeing none, I move for passage.
Second.
Please call the roll.
Brown, Dorans, Faber, Remy, Tyson, President Harden.
Pass. Next, I have ordinance 2510-2020 to remove special assessments previously levied for certain public improvements in the city of Columbus, Ohio, in cooperation with the Columbus Regional Energy Special Improvement District, and to declare an emergency. The Council of the City of Columbus previously adopted an ordinance levying property assessed clean energy PACE special assessments on certain property located at 3255 McKinley Avenue. This special assessment repay and secure financing for special energy improvement projects installed at the property. The financing was provided by Greenworks Lending, LLC. Under this authority granted by this ordinance, the city entered into an energy project cooperative agreement dated as of October 24, 2018. Greenworks and Belmont House LLC, an Ohio limited liability company, and a special assessment agreement date as of October 24th, 2018 was filed with the County Treasurer of Franklin County, the District, Greenworks, and the owner. Under the Energy Project Cooperative agreement and special assessment agreement, the city agreed to cooperate with the other parties to reduce the amount of the special assessments levied if all or a portion of the financing was prepaid. Greenworks assigned its interest in the Energy Project Cooperative Agreement and the Special Assessment Agreement to its affiliate, Pacewell One LLC, a Delaware limited liability company, and Pacewell One LLC assigned those same interests to another Greenworks affiliate, Pacewell Three LLC, a Delaware limited liability company. The district and Pacewell 3 LLC, as assignee of Greenworks, have notified the city that the financing provided for the special energy improvement projects is to be prepaid in full, and have requested the city reduce the special assessments previously levied down to $0. Emergency action is requested on this legislation to allow the reduction of the special assessments to be certified to the county auditor before real property tax bills for tax year 2020 are prepared. Director Stevens, what does this all mean? If you could just explain it for us, we will get this thing through.
Thank you, Chair Remy. This means that the obligation on this work has been paid, and we no longer need to assess the property to generate the funds to pay that obligation. I'll be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you very much. Are there any questions for my colleagues this evening? Seeing none, I move for passage.
Second.
Please call the roll.
Brown, Dorans, favor, Remy Tyson, President Harden.
Passed.
And we're at the 6:30 hour.
Well done. May I have a motion to recess meeting number 46?
Second.
Please call the roll.
Brown, Dorans, favor, Remy Tyson, President Harden.
Regular meeting is recessed. Do we want to roll right in, or do we want to?
No, I think we should probably get set up. Maybe give us about 5 minutes so everyone's set. Okay.
All right. We'll reconvene in 5 minutes.
Thanks.
Sorry.
variance is 1685-2020. It's to rezone 1980 Alton and Darby Creek Road, being 369.2 acres located at the northeast corner of Alton and Darby Creek Road and Renner Road, and at the northwest corner of Alton and Darby Creek Road and Cole Road, from R Rural District to PUD 4 Planned Unit Development District. And the attorney for this is, the applicant is Pulte Homes of Ohio LLC and Harmony Development Group LLC, Attorney Thomas Hart. The proposed use is a single unit and multi-unit residential development. The city department's recommendation is approval, and the Far West Area Commission's recommendation is disapproval, 0 to 8. And so I would first like to ask for a staff presentation.
Good evening. May I have the capability to present a PowerPoint presentation while I speak?
Sure. Angie?
Yes, I am switching roles. One moment, please.
Thank you.
Shannon, you're all set.
Okay, thank you very much. Okay, can everybody see the screen?
Mm-hmm.
All right. This site is used for agricultural purposes and is zoned in the R Rural District. The applicant requests the PUD 4 Planned Unit Development District for a maximum of 1,098 mixed residential units over 5 subareas, with 4 additional subareas being exclusively open space and wooded preserve space. The PUD plan depicts the intended development and open space areas. Detached single-unit dwellings on public streets are proposed for subareas A1, A3, and B1. Subareas A4 and B3 propose multi-unit residential development in addition to detached single-unit residential uses on private or public streets. The PUD text establishes use restrictions, R4 development standards for single-unit subareas, ARLD development standards for multi-unit subareas, and includes supplemental development standards that address density, setbacks, traffic improvements, access and street details, sidewalks, paths, street trees, landscaping, street lights, open space, building materials and design, and environmental conditions. The site is within the planning area of the Big Darby Accord Watershed Master Plan, which recommends LEED neighborhood design at 3 units per acre in Tier 1 and Tier 3 environmental conservation zones for this location. The goal of the plan is to balance conservation with development, which calls for 50% of the site to be set aside for open space and 117 acres of the site maintained as natural areas. The request complies with aspects of the Big Darby Accord Watershed Master Plan with regards to recommended density, improvements in water quality, groundwater recharge, and preservation of wooded areas and wetland and stream corridors. The Big Darby Accord Advisory Panel voted to recommend approval of the proposed development by a vote of 4 to 3, with conditions for approval being incorporated into the Big Darby Accord commitments within the PUD text. The proposal also includes a substantial conveyance of parkland and conservation easement areas with 1.5 miles of new trails. A consensus has been reached between the applicant and the Division of Traffic Management on proposed transportation improvements that would mitigate traffic issues at the Columbus intersections related to existing and anticipated background traffic, as well as traffic impacts from the proposed development. The developer is also required to participate in the Big Darby Accord revenue program, which will generate funds for Big Darby Accord purposes. Additionally, a separate MOU is being drafted with the Department of Recreation and Parks, which will speak to parkland conveyance and stream restoration. Therefore, staff's recommendation is for approval, and I would be happy to answer any questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Shannon. Are there any questions for Shannon right now? All right. All right, Shannon, thank you. You'll stay on the call, correct?
Yes,
I mean, the
I will
meeting.
stay
Thank you. Thank you. Okay. So I now will have asked for a presentation or statement from the applicant or the representative. And I think it may, Mr. Attorney Thomas Hart.
We'll share.
Okay. Good evening.
Mr. Hart, if you have a presentation, you do have presenter rights.
Okay, is it up? Can you guys see it?
Yes.
Okay, great. Once again, thank you, Madam Chair, and good evening, council members. Again, I'm Tom Hart. I'm the zoning lawyer for this application, the Sugar Renter site. My address is 2 Miranova Place. I want to upfront acknowledge and thank Chair Tyson for her leadership and some significant and continuous effort to bridge differences on this important, innovative rezoning, and the members of council who have taken a lot of time to understand this project in its depth. I also want to thank the city administration, the leadership of 6 departments, and as always, especially Shannon Pine of Building Zoning Services for managing this rezoning and the process. I want to make a point up front that we also want to recognize we met with the Big Darby Advisory Panel twice, the Columbus Development Commission twice, the Far West Area Commission 6 times, and we've made numerous changes based on all their input and really improved this plan in this zoning. I'm going to be joined in my presentation tonight by Greg Comfort of Harmony Development and Matt Callahan of Pulte Homes, and they're going to present some of the slides. Another just introductory statement, we've been at this project for about 2 years, really over 2 years as a formal application. We ask for and really appreciate your consideration and vote tonight as we're now at a critical stage in terms of advancing available funding for engineering in order for Director Gallagher's department to move forward and secure MORPC or other sources of money to really move the Hilliard-Rome-Renner Road intersection fix up in time. A positive vote tonight will also allow our developers to secure the private financing they need to launch construction in 2021 and 22 to get the project moving. The traffic issues exist today. The housing need exists today. The need to improve the area streams is overdue. The job creation, taxes, city fees, and funding needs all exist now. So it's telling that you as leaders are considering this project now. From a year of COVID and recession and really a crazy year, a brighter future will arise. I want to briefly summarize our project and then turn it over to our developer presenters. The Sugar Farms Renner South site will create 1,098 new homes and will attract nearly $300 million in new private sector investment on the west side for Columbus residents over an 8 to 10 year build out. The project will have the ability to fix, as we mentioned, the Hilliard-Rome-Renner Road intersection, which today is Central Ohio's 5th worst crash intersection. And again, with Director Gallagher's leadership, our goal is to move that fix forward in time that it would otherwise be. We will improve water quality and restore the Big Darby's most distressed stream, the Clovercroft Dip Run, which we border. We'll provide 81 acres in new city parks and connect them to the existing Spindler Park and other park with public trails. Shannon mentioned the trail along the stream. is about 1.5 miles. Overall, inside this site, we'll have 4 miles of public trails, multi-use trails to be added. We meet the Big Darby Accord and the Trayview Roberts Area Plan in terms of density and 50% open space requirement of both those plans. The revenue program called for under the Big Darby Accord will raise $100 million in revenue over the life of the project and beyond for items like water quality, traffic study, more traffic safety improvements, and park improvements or other city priorities. This site over time will create hundreds of jobs in the build-out period and really people working, at home, and millions in city taxes and fees over the next decade. The Sugar Run application received positive recommendations from city staff reports and the 2 city advisory panels that heard the case, as Shannon mentioned. We received Big Darby Advisory Panel positive recommendation in December of 2018. The focus at the Big Darby Accord Advisory Panel was our use of the LEED neighborhood design principles, the city open space and density rules, and the code that governs those rules, protection of the priority lands like the wooded areas, the streams, and the wetlands that are on the site. A key focus item is restoration of the Clovercroft Run. The use and bringing in best available technology in terms of central sewers and stormwater best management practices. The Darby Accord panel looked at all these matters and requested written commitments to improve our project, our plan through the process, and we agreed to them. Our developers agreed to them. We put them in the PUD text, and they've remained intact. That is why we believe we got the city staff and panel recommendation for approval. The Columbus Development Commission recommended approval in May of 2019. Again, city professional staff and commission members evaluated really what the Big Darby panel had found and looked at their report and recommendations. At that time, we had concluded our traffic study and commitments and agreements with Director Gallagher's department. And they also looked at compliance with items like city building and zoning codes and regulations. The commission actually held 2 meetings. Mike Fitzpatrick famously said, this is the first time in 30 years we've done a separate special meeting on a zoning. I think he said 30 years. But that was to allow more community input, more testimony, and really they asked to speak with the Darby Accord staff from the city, Mr. Louis Tiba, and asked him to testify and weighed how the Accord looked at this case. And again, the staff report and the commission recommended approval of rezoning plan. At this time, I want to turn the presentation over to Greg Comfort, one of the principals of Harmony Development, who project is on the south side of Renner Road. And go ahead, Greg.
Well, thank you, Council. Thank you, Madam Chair. Just as background, I'm a licensed professional engineer, have been so since 1983. My whole career has been in engineering. I served as managing partner and president of EMH&T, which was the largest engineering firm in Columbus, from 2000 to 2012. And then over the last 8-9 years, I've been teaching a class at Ohio State University in the civil engineering department. The reason I bring that up is some of these things I'm going to talk about really are engineering related, and I think it's important that you understand that. At the Darby Accord, we agreed to 4 conditions at the Darby Accord, and you can see them here on this slide, conditions 1, 2, 3, and 4. I'm going to spend a little bit of time on condition 1 because it's really important. Condition 1 relates to, or what the condition was, the stream restoration of the City of Columbus, sure that the proposed development will allow for appropriate restoration of the stream, including tree shading of the stream, moving the stream west and greater distance from the stormwater ponds. So this was really discussed thoroughly at the Big Darby Accord in the meeting there. And we agreed and have no issue with this condition about moving the stream
to the west. And Molly, can you put that next slide up? I just want to kind of explain something here. If you look at this slide, what this is showing is the Clover Groff Run floodplain, and south is to the right, north is to the left. So if you look at the right-hand side, that green area, that green area is the floodplain. That is about 600 feet wide, which is about 2 football fields down by I-70. And as you move up into that area where it necks down a little bit, that's over 400 feet wide in that area. When you get north of Renner Road, the area up above there is about 450 feet wide. So what you have here is a very wide floodplain, which gives the ability for the designers to move that stream anywhere within that floodplain. You can't get outside the floodplain for a couple reasons. Number one, from an engineering standpoint, it doesn't work because you're starting to go uphill. But number two, from a regulatory standpoint, you have to work with FEMA when you're dealing with a stream, and this is a regulated stream by FEMA. So the good news here is we have full confidence that there is plenty of room for this stream to be relocated and designed. And so what will happen is the design has not been done. What we have agreed to is, and have worked out, the Parks Department, City of Columbus Recreation and Parks, they will manage the design of this stream, and they will hire, with their staff, they will hire a group of consultants that will include engineers, surveyors, stream relocation consultants, environmental scientists, and they will come up with the best design for the location and the design of that stream. What are the meanders? What does it look like? How wide does it need to be, et cetera? All that will be done as a design process by Recs and Parks, and we fully support that. And obviously, from our standpoint, we want this to be very successful. So the good news here is you have a lot of room to do that. We're not pinched. We've got 2 football fields or a football field and a half of width that we can work with to get that done. And we feel like that requirement can be very easily met. The other thing that will happen as part of that process is when the new stream is relocated, they will also at the same time design the trail. They can determine, the Parks Department can determine how close or how far they want that trail away from the stream, what the makeup of that trail is. And then the third thing that we have no issue with is putting trees around that stream and grasses, trees and grasses, or all trees or all grasses. I think the consensus at the Big Darby Accord was they wanted tree shading for the stream, and we're in full support of that. So the process is you get it zoned first. We have to get our zoning approval. And then with that approval, the land becomes available. We can start the engineering process and work with the Division of Parks to make that happen. And from our standpoint, we really see this as a good opportunity. We think it's really the right thing to do to help the quality of the Big Darby. And we want to make sure it gets done right. The thing I want to emphasize is what our project does is it provides the land for this to happen, and it provides all the funding for this to happen. Without our project, there's no land, there's no funding. So we feel this is a win-win for everybody. I'll go through these other conditions quicker. We agreed that all wetlands will be delineated, preserved. That will happen after zoning, and we will share all that information in terms of those delineations. And then we also agreed at the Big Darby Accord to a 50-foot wetland buffer. Originally, we had a 25, but we've agreed to a 50. Condition 3, vegetated swales. This is important. This is what we would call a BMP, a best management practice. We don't want to outlet the ponds or any of the drainage directly into the Big Darby Run, or excuse me, the Clover Groff Run. We want them to travel long distances through vegetated swales. What that does is it cools the water, it slows the water, and it cleans the water. So we have committed to that in our project, and have had a number of discussions with the city about that. And lastly, apply for environmental review from ODNR. We got that. We received that December 4th of 2018, and we will reach out again with the Parks Department as this project proceeds. Let's go to the next slide, or the 2 slides. So we've been at this a long time, as Tom said, and I'm just going to highlight some things, but this has been a very collaborative process. And a lot has changed and evolved in this project over this collaboration. We've collaborated with city staff, with the Big Darby Accord, with the Far West Commission, with the Development Commission, and with folks on City Council. We've gotten input, and there's been a lot of changes that have happened. I'm going to highlight a few of these real quick. Traffic safety, that's a big issue out there. Probably one of the largest traffic studies I've ever seen done in my career, and I've been at this for 40 years. I looked at 11 intersections and came up with a number of improvements. What is really special about this project is our revenue program has the money to fund all of those improvements, up to $25 million. What we did agree after coordinating with Public Service is we are fronting the cost of the engineering of the Hilliard-Rome-Renner intersection. And we are doing that upon receipt of the zoning. So once we receive the zoning, we will move into facilitating and paying for the engineering of that intersection. And that allows the city to go out and get other funds from MORPC, ODOT, et cetera, that will enable them to even speed up the project quicker if they can get the money. So we're pretty proud about what we're doing. We know traffic is an issue, and we think our project brings a solution that otherwise would not happen. Number 2, environmental protection. We're donating 81 acres of park to the city. We have over 170 acres of open space. Of that, 80 acres is being donated. I talked about the stream restoration. We're applying the LEED neighborhood design as best we can, given the constraints we have. And then lastly, the stormwater BMPs, trees, plantings, wetlands, swales, vegetated swales, pond enhancements, rain gardens, et cetera. All of those things are being done on this project. And we are increasing infiltration by about 35% from what it is today as an agricultural site. Item 3, density and neighborhood aesthetics. There's been a lot of discussion about density on this project. We are complying with the Big Darby Accord, which called for 3 units for an acre. We are complying with the Trayview Roberts area plan, both of which required the 3 units and the 50% open space. We've made a number of concessions regarding our multifamily about mitigating height. We've committed to certain heights in the zoning, and we're also doing a setback off the road, so you have lower units up front, and this is in the southern parcel, and higher units to the rear near I-70. We've committed to good neighbor agreements with residents, and then lastly, we've been requested, and this was recently, and this came through the chair's efforts working with the Far West. We've reduced the number of units that abut the Renner Road houses from 32 down to 19 units. And we are putting in a vegetated open space buffer that will have trees to buffer the homes south of Renner Road. And this is important to us because we want to have a good buffer, and it's important to the neighbors there because they want to have a good buffer. And we are committed to maintaining that appropriately, and all that is in the development, the zoning text. Lastly, we are fronting $15 million in upfront improvements, water quality and transportation improvements. The revenue program, like Tom said, that ultimately generates about $100 million really helps to solve all these water quality and transportation investments. But on top of that revenue program, we as the developers are contributing $9,000 per unit. And I've done the pay-as-you-grow, that's what PAWG means. I've done this for the last 25 years, working with the city on a lot of projects that we've collaborated on. And what we are doing is 2.5 to 3 times greater than what any of the other pay-as-you-grow programs have done up till now. And so we have a lot of skin in the game, and we are doing a lot to bring forward a really good project. And then this just briefly, the city public service asked us to look at 2 or 3 options for the Hilliard-Rome-Renner Road intersection, and that's what you see here. It's a little hard to see on the slide. We we presented three. This is the one they picked. This is the $17 million option, which we are going to be proceeding on the design. So with that, I will turn the meeting or the slide over to Matt Callahan.
Thanks, Greg, and good evening, Chair Tyson, President Hardin, and members of council. I want to thank you again for the opportunity to present this plan to this evening. A lot's been said already on some of the environmental aspects of this, but I'm going to touch briefly on a few of the points already made and some additional points as well. The environmental, the water quality aspects of this are, of course, extremely important. The Big Darby Accord guides this area, and we drew upon its guidance to frame the way we approach the development of this site. And of course, the primary purpose of the Darby Accord was to improve water quality in the Darby watershed while acknowledging that development was inevitable to occur in this area. As Greg said, we're very confident that our plan and approach here on Sugar Farms and Renner South will improve water quality, and we'll accomplish this in several ways, including bringing central water and sewer service to the area, which is called for in the Accord. The stream restoration that we've talked about and restoring the Clover Run being the most distressed stream in the Darby watershed. We're utilizing the best management practices, or BMP, and Greg listed a few of those here, including some of the vegetated swales, the wetland buffers, and other key BMP type approaches. And we're keeping 50% of the site's total development area as open space. And that equates to over 184 acres of open space. The Darby Accord Plan also calls for the protection of certain protection and preservation, I should say, of certain priority lands. And Shannon started to mention some of the Tier 1 and Tier 3 lands. We're preserving and protecting all of those lands. We're doing that by donating 81 acres of wood lands, streams, and wetlands as part of our parkland dedication. That 81 acres exceeds the city's parkland dedication ordinance by over 5 times. And with this, we'll also be able to generate funds from the revenue program to do additional stream restorations and parks and trails improvements throughout the watershed. Here's a couple slides. This one depicts the dedicated public parking. You saw a version of this slide earlier where Greg talked about the stream restoration, but this depicts the entirety of the 81 acres of dedicated parkland. It includes all of the floodplain and stream corridor protection zone along the Clover Graph, that's to the east, which is at the top of your screen. And then down towards the bottom of the screen, 28 acres of woodlands along Alton Darby Creek Road that we will be dedicating to the city and permanently protecting for preservation via deed restriction. This is really one of the few wooded areas left in the portion of the watershed, and so be able to bring it forth and permanently protect it. This slide here, we talked a lot about regional trails. This slide does a good job of really depicting the regional nature of these. You can see the development sites kind of in the center right portion of your screen. And we'll be building public trails, that 1.5 mile of public trails that we talked about, essentially all along the eastern border of our sites. And if you started on the south, on the which would be the right-hand portion of your screen, we'll build the trails all the way to the northeast portion of our sites, where we'll connect those trails into Spindler Park. That's our 1.5 miles. And from there, those parks and trails can take you up through Hilliard and all the way out to Plain City. So it truly is a regional trail system that we're extending and adding on to. Go ahead and next slide, Molly. So, of course, this is a development proposal to also provide housing. This is a new housing development and community. And we should touch on that as well. As I'm sure you're all aware, Columbus is facing increasing housing shortage. And as the city's population and our region's population continues to grow, a continued housing shortage will further exacerbate some of the affordability issues that our region is already facing. Back in September, again, I'm sure you're all familiar with the housing report that MORPC released. And the city, of course, is a very major participant in that as well. This study called for and noted out a couple of things. Number one, first thing it noted is the region's rate of new housing production needs to increase. And it needs to increase by about 40% above the rates of the recent years. It called for 266 new housing units in our region by the year 2050. And importantly, it says that about half of those units are going to be needed within the next 10 years. So there's certainly need for housing in the city and in our region. Also point out that in the Darby Accord document, housing is one of the stated missions and priorities of the Accord. In terms of the housing choices, we've depicted a few here on the slide that you're looking at. There'll be several different types of housing. We'll have traditional or conventional housing, two-story housing, much of which depicted on the screen at a few different price points and price levels. We're also going to have what we might refer to as maintenance, empty nester style patio homes within the community. So those will be offered as well as a variety of market rate apartment units that will be built with the overall development. One of the things that I don't think is kind of at the bottom right-hand portion of the screen, one of the things I don't think housing quite gets enough credit for is its ability to be a jobs producer. Housing does create jobs, and this development will create a lot of jobs. I'll point to some statistics here, and these were really taken from some national housing studies focused only on the vertical or housing construction. This does not include infrastructure and the site development work that gets done. So these are somewhat conservative, but what these studies state is that this development would provide the equivalent, the single family only, the single family portion of this development would produce the equivalent of 196 full-time jobs for the 7 to 10 year build out period, the single family portions of the site. On the multifamily, that would equate to about 270 full-time jobs for the 2 to 2.5 years of the multifamily build out. And then there's $70 million in new public infrastructure anticipated with the development. So on top of those numbers above, you have all the jobs and all the new infrastructure created as well. And of course, there's millions of dollars to be generated in city income taxes and fees. So with that, I'd like to thank you again, and I'm going to turn it over to Tom as we begin to bring our this presentation to a close. Tom?
Thanks, Matt and Greg. I will, Chair Tyson, I'll wrap up and try to be efficient. As we have alluded to earlier, no secret here, Chair Tyson has been relentless and been positive for us and the Area Commission in trying to bridge gaps, trying to find common ground and eliminate contention. And so in recent weeks, she's met with us and the Area Commission and asked us to, on our side, address 4 items. And we just want to run those down real quick because they're important. First, I think the chair sought to make sure that the Accord panel commitments that we did commit to were locked down in the text and in the plans, and could be counted on and enforced. We agreed with that. We agreed to reaffirm our Darby Accord commitments that were made both in the text and the plans. We agreed that Accord commitments would also be part of a special MOU, separate MOU with Columbus Recreation Parks, because again they'll manage one of the most important aspects of the environmental improvement on this site, which is the stream restoration, with our input, with our cooperation, but also with neighborhood input. The second issue the chair asked us to address was, the issue of clarifying the support program for financial aid for existing residents to potentially tap into, Columbus Public Utilities. We support this idea. We know that our revenue program can fund this improvement. We know that, failing septic systems are one of the major pollution sources of area streams. We are going to be installing new water and sewer lines in the area, but this would need to be a city program. It would need to follow city protocols and parameters, and we'll assist with that in any way requested by the city administration and leadership. The third request of the chair was a reduction in density, reduction of 10 units, 10 single-family homes behind the existing Renner Road homes to ensure there's a good buffer there and some space. We did that. We agreed to that. We reduced our total unit count by 10 units and committed that in the text. We actually reduced the lot count behind the Renner Road existing homes by 12. We also, some of those lots are deeper and wider to create that better buffer in general. But then in terms of the buffer itself, we did commit to that at Development Commission, but reaffirmed it's a natural buffer with mounds, trees, and meadow grass. It's supposed to be low maintenance, but it'll be a significant physical and visual buffer between the existing homes and the new homes. On the last item that the chair asked us to address, raised by the Area Commission, was withdrawing our multifamily height variance. This would really amount to us having to go through zoning twice, in our view. It would delay the entire project and kind of the economic flow, because we need the investment in the multifamily side to get the project flowing and allow us to get into construction. But as Greg mentioned, we've done a number of things, including staggering the height, including limiting height north of Renner Road to where it's very close to the existing 35-foot height district for single family. And then, one of the techniques to mitigate height is with space, with setbacks. So we have, between the existing Renner Road homes going north into our site where the first Pulte multifamily pod exists, there's 621 feet. So, we believe that space and the height commitments we made can help mitigate the height issue. We also agreed we know, in likelihood who one of the multifamily developers would be at this point. So we did commit and show illustrative renderings and designs that show the quality of the multifamily design that the text requires. Our text has multifamily architectural requirements, and what we've provided, demonstrates that quality. We have to say, our developers are building the single-family homes on the site, so it's in their interest, both as to be good neighbors and to be successful, to have high-quality multifamily on the site next to their retail single-family home site that they're trying to sell. The other thing we did is we'll commit that when the multifamily designs are finally locked down and we're going to go for site compliance plan and submit those, we will go back to the Development Commission and the Area Commission and share our final multifamily designs, because we feel positive and that they will be a strength of this project, and we're happy to get that detail when we have it. Again, I want to specifically thank the chair, Madam Chair Tyson, for her leadership, and what she does is a hard job, and it takes a strong constitution, and we saw that up front close, and we really appreciate it. Madam Chair and Mr. President and council members, with that, in conclusion, the Sugar Farms Renner Road South Plan meets the city code, it meets city regulations, the Big Darby Accord, and the Roberts Treview Area Plan goals and specific requirements. We listened along the way, both to the city and the community, for input, and we've made significant changes throughout this process. It's a better plan for it, too. This development will also establish a revenue program that the Accord envisioned years ago to address long-standing traffic safety issues, water quality improvements like the stream restoration, and more. This site will provide a significant new level of home choices, jobs, and again, $300 million in private sector investment during a recession in what's a well-planned, low-density new community on the west side of the city. We're proud of it, and we urge your support, ask for your support. Thank you, Madam Chair and members. We're happy to address questions at the Chair's behest.
Thank you, Attorney Hart. And before we hear from, we have 6 speakers on this. So I just want to share that I have met with the Area Commission 3 times, 10-9, 10-23, 11-13. And I met with the chair and the zoning chair over the last several weeks. And the main issues that they were concerned about were the environment, traffic, density, and the height of the multi units. I also had 3 meetings with the 2 meetings with the Big Darby Accord, then a third conversation on the phone. And so we've worked with several city departments, as you've heard from the presentation. There's several city departments that are integral to this zoning. And now I would like to take the opportunity for city staff representing those various departments to provide feedback on some of the issues that were identified by the Area Commission, and then we'll hear from the other speakers. So first, I'm going to ask Director Gallagher. Director Gallagher, can you speak to the city's commitment to the traffic improvements in this area and the city's grant application with MORPC?
Yes, good evening, Councilmember Tyson. Several people that have already spoken this evening talked about there was quite a bit of work done with a traffic study that looked at 11 different intersections, looked at the access points into the site itself. And Dan Bletschmidt is also here this evening, and he can talk about some of those other improvements. But I'm going to address Hilliard Grove and Renner, which is the larger intersection and the one that I think has a lot of people's interest. It is the one that is the 5th highest crash location in the city of Columbus, and it's the one that has had lots of conversations. What we have been working with these developers is they have agreed, as mentioned earlier, that they will front, once this zoning is passed, they will front immediately the design dollars to start the design work for improvements to that intersection. And that is the full build out for improvements to that intersection. What we have already done to move that intersection along, because of the timing of it, we had to go ahead and do this. We have submitted a MORPC Federal Attributable Funds application. What that is those are applications that only come around every 2 years. That's why we did not want to wait for this, and we went ahead and submitted that application. We can always pull that application. We went ahead and submitted that application a couple weeks ago for construction funding that would be available around 2025. We submitted that application for approximately $10 million to go towards the construction of that intersection. Our intent is, if we are successful in getting those dollars, we would also go after Ohio Public Works funding and even possibly safety dollars through the state, through the Ohio Department of Transportation, and get full funding for this construction project. So with the developer paying for the design work and for getting state and federal dollars to pay for the construction, the hope and the intent would be that actual City of Columbus would not have to put any dollars into the construction of this large construction intersection project that is much needed, because as I said, it is an intersection that ranks highly for accidents crashes within the city of Columbus. And as you know, Councilmember Tyson, this is also the western end of a large corridor that we have begun to study that I know you're very interested in along the Trayview Road corridor. And so we've been working with them to make sure that whatever we do at this intersection on the western end of the Trayview Road corridor ties into all the other intersection or all the other corridor improvements we do with the other developers along that Trayview corridor all the way over to US 33 on the eastern edge of the Trayview corridor. But not only with our vehicles, but also making sure that we're taking into consideration our pedestrians and our bicycle users as well. So making sure we have those shared use paths, those sidewalks tied into this project and along that Trayview Road corridor.
Thank you, Director. I know that you and Dan will be here to still answer any additional questions once we hear the speakers. So thank you. We also worked with Mark Dervillas from the Department of Development and the planning staff to discuss the conditions of the Big Darby Accord Advisory Panel and if the zoning meets those conditions. Mark?
Good evening, Zoning Chair Tyson and Council President Harden, all members of council. Good to see you. As was mentioned, I'm Mark Dervillas, the Planning Division Administrator, and my comments will just relate to the 4 conditions that were already described that were part of the Big Darby Accord Panel's recommendation of approval. The panel did recommend the project, and as Mr. Comfort mentioned and covered really very well, there were 4 conditions of their approval. The stream restoration, as was described, the incorporation of bioswales into the project, consultation with Ohio Department of Natural Resources, and that wetlands would be identified and preserved. And I can tell you that all 4 of those conditions are included in the zoning text, and the commitment is made in that text. Also, as was described, many of these details of the commitments will be implemented as the development is constructed and will receive further review from the relevant agencies at the time of site compliance, as is protocol on such matters, and each will involve further coordination with the relevant city agency. So in summary, the conditions are included in the zoning text, which assures that each matter is addressed. So those are the only comments that I have, and I'd be happy to answer any questions that anybody has.
Thank you, Mark, and I know you'll still stay as we continue this proportion of zoning. And the next speaker, is Brad Westfall. Is representing Recreation Parks. Brad, can you discuss the department's involvement in stream restoration and moving the stream west, please?
Yes. Good evening, Madam Chair. Thank you for Recreation Parks opportunity to speak. Yes. We've been involved in how this will lay out for the stream restoration. We know it's a critical consideration for the project. And the current channelized ditch lies along the eastern parcel line of this development. And we will be moving it west because that really will be the only feasible way to do this. And there will be ample space provided. We believe it complies with what 150 feet or so that it takes to do a stream restoration like this. We base that on the experience that we have. North of this site, immediately adjacent to it, we've done 2.5 miles of restoration of this exact same Clovercroft run. So we know what it involves. We know what it takes to design it, and we know what it's going to be to ensure its long-term permanent life as a natural channel stream. Again, it takes a lot of buffer. Takes a lot of trees, takes a lot of plants. And we believe through pretty active discussions back and forth with the development team that that's going to, that is included in the plan, as well as the funding it takes to do that. So the estimates of how to provide the parkland with a restored stream, the estimates on what it costs to provide a public trail that would be 1.5 miles approximately to connect up to all of the parks north of this has been done. It does meet those conditions. And lastly, the parkland conveyance of 81 acres does exceed the parkland dedication ordinance considerably, and perhaps it should in this area. Our conversations with the area commission pointed out that it does take, in this particular area, it's a flat piece of the world out here, and it does take a wide buffer. I believe Mr. Comfort related to that as well. It takes the floodplain and a lot of space to do the restoration, and that has been done. And we will also preserve one of the larger woodlands left in the Clovergrove watershed of about 28 acres. So when you add up the environmental component of that, we asked for, and the developer has agreed to, a separate park MOU. That'll be important because what that goes to specifically is the conveyance of land to recreation and parks and the timing of that. So what we have got an agreement with is to have the acreage of the park conveyed at the initial phase of that compliance plan for these developments, not at the end, not in the middle, but at the beginning. So when one thing starts, that parkland is conveyed. I think that was very important because I know residents that are near this area, we were aware that they would like to have that park concurrent as the development unfolds. And this will certainly would go a long way towards that. It's not a typical way to do this, but we're glad that that will be in the park MOU. And if there are no other questions, I'll turn it back to you, Chair Tyson.
Thank you, Brad. And I know you'll still be here. And the final person to speak is Ann Albrey, who's representing the Department of Public Utilities. Ann, can you discuss the potential impact that a development of this size can have on neighboring wells and septic tanks, and the recourse residents can take if there are any issues?
Good evening, Chair Tyson, other members of council. The developer is going to need to be responsible and perform construction activities in that area. And if they make any impacts to the wells or the septic system, they'll be responsible for those damages. There is some question about access to service, and happy to talk to those residents about annexation and access to those services as well.
Thank you, Ann. All right. I really appreciate the indulgence of my council colleagues as we move through this ordinance zoning. So we have 6 speakers. The first speaker that is in support is Dave McCurdy.
I'm now unmuted. Good evening, everyone. Thank you for allowing me to appear virtually before you tonight. I am the owner and chief operating officer at a company located at 4800 Roberts Road called Kimball Midwest. We're located about 3 miles, a little bit over, from this project. We have about 450 employees at that site, and we have 1,700 total employees around the country. And we've always enjoyed a very positive relationship with the city of Columbus since we were founded 90 years ago. Additionally, my brother Pat and I own the commercial property, which I guess could best be described quickly as just north of the McDonald's at the intersection we've been talking about. So it's got 7 tenants, all of whom are up for renewal next year, and who would, I think, benefit greatly from any infrastructure improvements relating to the intersection we've been discussing. I travel that way very often, and it is frequently an issue, and I'm very impressed with the plans that these 2 firms have come up with to address that, in which the city has worked so hard on already. Kimball Midwest has partnered with the city 6 years ago when we decided to stay in Columbus and double the size of our business at Roberts Road, and did a 220,000 square foot expansion. Part of that program was to create jobs for the West Side. We've done okay with that. We've met all the objectives. We've added 172 full-time equivalents over the last 5 years, and we plan to continue to grow our workforce on Roberts Road. Our workers come from all over the city, and all over the central Ohio area. Having this opportunity to live this close is very appealing to our people. The plans here are very attractive and would be a wonderful thing for our warehouse workers, would be a wonderful thing for our young management trainee candidates that are coming out of college, and also for our managers. So traffic safety, the ability to attract more good people to the area, and just a step like this to facilitate Columbus's further growth would be greatly appreciated on our part. So I appreciate your time, and thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. McCurdy. The next speaker is Mitch Trucco. And again, Mitch, when you come, please share your name, who you represent, and you have a total of 3 minutes. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair Tyson. So my name's Mitch Trucco. I'm the president of Trucco Construction. And I'm going to give you a little bit of a background of our company. Some of you may be familiar with the name, hopefully for good and not for bad, but we're a site development company. We've been in business for 30 years. We started in March of 1990, and we employ in the neighborhood of 150 to 170 employees, of which about 85% of those employees are skilled union workers. We're signatory to 3 trade groups: the operating engineers, the laborers, as well as the cement masons. I myself am involved with the operating engineers with their apprenticeship program, and then I sit on the board with the laborers with their health fund, as well as on the cement masons pension fund. I'm going to give you some background of our company, and I'm going to segue it into the reason that I'm a proponent of this project. So my role with our company is to oversee the day-to-day operations of the business and to guide our team towards its goals of keeping what I consider our valued employees with work in front of them. And in order to do that, there's projects like this that need to be out there in the forefront and coming down the pike, so that as the years go by, the time goes by, there's more projects that can allow us to keep our employees busy and working. Our company is involved in the heavy civil trades, as I kind of mentioned. We install sanitary sewer mains, stormwater, sewers, water mains. We're earth movers. We install sidewalks, curb and gutter, as well as streets, and that's all with self-performed work. So in other words, those are not subcontractors to us. Those are self-employed trades. However, there's times where we are general contractors on projects, so we will employ other subcontractors that would do the types of civil work that we do not self-perform. As a company, we're licensed to do business in 30 municipalities or counties across the state, and we have worked out of state sometime in prior years. Over the course of a season, we'll probably average 35 to 40 projects a year. And I'm going to give you a background of just a few of them by name and or location, just because some of you may be familiar with these types of projects. So we'll do new road construction, some street rehab work, sidewalk projects similar to Safe Route to schools, subdivision work, which this project is certainly part of, a school site preparation. And there's a reason for I'm throwing that out there, because one of the highlights of this project is some stream work. And one of the schools in the area was Hilliard Bradley, and had an extensive amount of stream work that I think if anybody's familiar with it, they would understand that the project that these developers are bringing to the table is critical in the accord that they're working on, whether it be Clover Grove or the Big Darby. We've done ODNR work, be it marina construction, State of Ohio ODOT work, a multitude of City of Columbus projects involving new utility construction, street rehab, new street construction, sidewalk work, and we've also worked in the Parks and Recs area of the City of Columbus. Some of the projects by name, and again, I just throw these out there so that when I make my last point, you understand that I've got some experience. I think Greg mentioned he's been doing this for 40 years. And Mr. Callahan and Mr. Comfort both are in the industry for a long time, as well as I mentioned to you, we've got 30 years of experience. But to throw some names out on projects, we've done the Polaris Fashion Place and Town Center, Hard Road, phases 2 and 3, Morris Road Roundabout, which I know is not City of Columbus, but I only throw that out there because of the safety of intersections. And that was the first roundabout in Franklin County. The Fort Hays infrastructure improvements, Cook Road water line, Poindexter roadways phases 2 and 3, as well as the sanitary phase 3, and Warner Road phase 1. We've been involved with numerous housing projects around Columbus and the central Ohio area, including Cussing Place, Brook Lane, which is not far from this particular project, Austin Place, Upper Albany West, Parkside, Soda Ridge Apartments, Reynolds Crossing, Albany Moore, and the Villas of Rocky Fork. Some of you may or may not know what those projects' locations are and or what they're about, but I can tell you that our experience on those projects, most of them had stream restoration, stream corridors that you had to work around. And the plans that you're looking at that these two developers have put together, and I know you've heard them say it, they went into extensive lengths to make sure that they met all the requirements. I've not quite seen one as extensive as this, and that's in our 30 years of time. As you guys know, Columbus is a growing city. It's in a growing region. The area needs quality homes for existing residents and new families coming here. And the needed workforce to complete these projects can only be available if there's projects to be had to keep them here. The one fortunate part of Columbus is it's been an area of growth. It's almost had a bubble over it. We need to keep things going like that because the work is out there from a warehouse standpoint. People are moving in and they need quality places to live. We need to invest in public infrastructure to provide the basics of traffic safety, clean water and sanitary services, and parks and trails. Having worked on the projects that I've mentioned, I've seen how these types of projects that we're talking about, Sugar Farms, Renner South, bring good paying jobs for our families and our workforce. We need to support development projects that provide all of these things. Having worked around the city and beyond, I know this area has many existing challenges, including the need for roads that allow the traffic to flow properly without concerns for hazardous intersections. This project will help improve the area around it, make the roadways and infrastructure better. I know you've already heard it, but I'm going to reiterate it again. Sugar Farms and Renner South will help the city address these challenges. It'll generate funding for millions of dollars of roadway projects, like fixing the Hilliard-Rome Renner intersection, bringing central water and sewer and storm water best management practices to the area to improve water quality. As a contractor, we're excited to see projects like this, projects that bring jobs to the area. These developments, as you guys have heard, will create good paying jobs from the private side as well as from the public side. Sugar Farms and Renner South are making a big investment in Columbus, building quality homes, creating good paying jobs, improving traffic safety and water quality, and creating new parks and trails. As I said, I've worked with many of the principals.
Mr. Trucco.
Yes.
I'm sorry. Oh, yeah, I think your 3 minutes are just about up, so we need to really wrap up your comments.
You know, for not doing public speaking, I guess I kind of talked more than I thought, but right. I'm passionate about the project, if I could leave with that note. And I thank you for your time.
Thank you very much. All right. And the final speaker that's for this is Timothy Van Coe. Please state your name and who you represent. And then, and you have 3 minutes. So we need to, I thought, our clerk's office, I know no one's is not in chamber. So make sure, I'm going to have to make sure I monitor the 3 minutes. So Mr. Van Coe, the floor is yours.
Mr. Van Echo, you've been unmuted. Mr. Van Echo. Mr. Van Echo, you've been unmuted. Mr. Van Echo, you've been unmuted.
And Angie, do you see him?
Yes, he is listed and has been unmuted. I will continue to try to reach out. Mr.
So why don't, is he speaking? We can go to the other speakers maybe if he's.
That's fine, whichever you choose.
Yes, why don't we now go to, there's 3 speakers who are against this legislation, and I'm going to ask Ms. Sharon Ross-Statler to speak, please.
Ms. Ross-Statler, you've been unmuted. Sharon Ross-Statler. She is listed and has been unmuted.
Well, why don't we move to Mr. Anthony Sasson.
Hear me?
Yes, we can hear you. You have 3, state your name and who you represent. You have 3 minutes.
Thank you for the opportunity to speak, Council. My name is Anthony Sasson. I'm speaking in opposition to the application. I'm speaking as a member of the Darby Creek Association, which was founded in 1972 and was active in opposing 2 proposed dams on Big Darby Creek in the 1970s, shaping the city of Columbus's water supply plans for saving the creek. These dam proposals were abandoned because of the outstanding quality of Big Darby Creek. Otherwise, the creek would not exist as a national scenic river. Excuse me while I adjust my computer here. I have reviewed the site plan map related to ORD 1685-2020. This map includes riparian setbacks in some floodplain designated as not to be developed, which I will call the stream restoration area. Please note that these stream or riparian setbacks are required by the Ohio EPA General Stormwater Permit for the Big Darby Creek watershed. I don't believe that that permit requirement has been mentioned yet tonight. That Ohio EPA permit also requires the protection of the 100-year floodplain. These have been Ohio EPA requirements since 2006 for all construction near streams in the watershed. The stormwater permit requirements were established in addition to the Big Darby Accord. Expanding the stream restoration area or moving the stream restoration to the west was a condition of the Big Darby Accord Advisory Panel's approval in December 2018. Concerning the need for funding of stream restoration or conservation land acquisition, grant money is available from the State of Ohio's Clean Ohio Fund and Ohio's Water Resource Restoration Sponsor Program. Unfortunately, these grant funds have not been used for several years by any local government in Franklin County in the Big Darby Creek watershed. For example, in 2020, over $1 million of Clean Ohio Fund money went unused in Franklin County. Please note also that while stream restorations are helpful, Clovergrove Run, which is affected by this proposal, and Hamilton Run to the east, both fail to meet the Ohio Clean Water Act threshold for warm water habitat, the average stream water quality goal across Ohio. They are below average quality even after several stream restoration projects costing around $10 million. This needs to improve substantially. Note that overall, and I want to emphasize this point, Ohio urban streams score considerably lower than streams in agricultural areas. And please see figure 3, the graphic in my written testimony. My main point, to help improve the chance that Clovergrove Run will improve its scores and at least approach meeting the above mentioned Clean Water Act goal, I ask you to consider requiring additional stream riparian setback area planted in locally native vegetation open space, including application. Widening the riparian setback along Clovergrove Run where it is narrow and restricted by stormwater ponds and residential lots. Please see figure 1 in my written testimony. The City of Columbus's Recreation and Parks Department cannot do this after the stream restoration area parkland is conveyed. It must first be done in the development design approved for these parcels. Again, thank you for the opportunity to speak.
Thank you. Are there any questions for Mr. Sasson?
Councilmember Tyson, I would actually ask for the attorney or someone from the team to address Mr. Sasson, I believe, his concerns about the Clovergrove stream. We at council have received countless emails that have pointed out this stream as being part of the issue, and so I think that he's brought up some valid concerns. And if they've been addressed in your presentation, if you could just reiterate how you plan to meet the request that's been made.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Councilmember Favor. So we will have them come back and address all those issues. Unless normally we would just have them come back up and then address all the issues that the individuals have who are against this project, to address them all.
Okay.
I'm going to make sure he comes. Yes, thank you. The next speaker is Mr. Jeff Tetzloff, who's also one of the members of the Big Darby Accord panel.
Okay, can you hear me?
Mm-hmm. Thank you.
Good. I'll try to be quick. I'm the president of the Darby Creek Association. Our group has members who have decades of experience in watershed protection. We have members from the EPA, the Nature Conservancy, Ohio State, and various other environmental consulting firms. I myself have gained the trust of various stakeholders for being a strong advocate, but also a trusted partner in providing accurate environmental information and impact information, and in helping jurisdictions plan their growing communities in harmony with the very complicated Darby ecosystem. We strongly oppose this. We are not against development. I want to make that clear. We fully expect this site to be developed. We're against developing it in violation of the Darby Accord, which we believe this plan is. The Darby Accord very clearly points to this as being a special demonstration site. This was kind of brushed over in the presentations from staff, but this, in our mind, is the most important aspect of this site. This site was envisioned as a place that would be the cream of the crop, and a place where other developers could go to see the best possible development, and this is certainly not it. One of the main problems is the lack of open space. They have claimed 50% lack of open space. They're counting lawns, retention ponds, playgrounds, and such as open space. This is not permitted by the Darby Accord. And it escapes me why city staff are allowing this. Also, I want to talk about the restoration zone, which has gotten some discussion tonight. You'll note that when the developer showed the image of the plan, he emphasized the widest areas of the restoration zone as the two football length areas, which are good. What he didn't mention was that a third of the site is almost ridiculously narrow. That's what the Darby Accord panel was speaking to when we asked that that zone be moved west. I've been in touch with other members of the panel. Let me assure you that the panel conditions have not been met. And if that needs to be further clarified, what I would recommend is that this be tabled for a month. We have our meeting in December. We can discuss it and provide clarification on that for you. But I myself am on the panel, as I mentioned, and the panel condition number 1 having to do with the restoration area has not been met. The last thing I want to say is that the Darby Creek has been named to the American River's Most Endangered River list. It's a dubious distinction. There are approximately 250,000 rivers in America, and we've been identified as one of the 10 most endangered. The reason given was increasing development and inconsistent implementation of the Darby Accord. This plan is a to that. Columbus helped develop the Accord. You helped write it. You signed off on it. You're committed to following, and we urge you to follow the Darby Accord plan. And thank you very much for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Tetzloff. And then I'm going to again see if before we have the developer answer questions, I also again will see if Sharon Rostetler is able to share any comments.
Hello, can you hear me now?
Yes.
Wonderful. Let's see here. So thank you, Zoning Chair Tyson and Zoning Committee members. I'm Sharon Rastetter, Chair of the Far West Side Area Commission, and I'm speaking tonight on behalf of the Area Commission, area residents, and the Big Darby Creek. Ordinance 1685-2020, often referred to as Sugar Farm Runner South, awaits your vote tonight. You've been advised of the Far West Side Area Commission's unanimous disapproval of this proposed rezoning and have hopefully read the Area Commission's submissions to the city and council members via email, denoting our concerns since our disapproval in February 2019. Before you vote, please consider the following and consider voting against or tabling this case until you're satisfied that this is the best development for this location. Environment. As residents and council members, you frequently tout the importance of making green decisions with the goal to prevent further harm to the environment. For the Big Darby Accord watershed plan, all residential development falls under conservation development at 1 unit to the acre, except for this site. To encourage forward-thinking environmental design, the plan allowed up to 3 units to the acre for this special site that was to set a shining example of LEED certified development and not the standard suburban sprawl. Yet another example of suburban sprawl is on your plate for approval today. This could have been an impressive development worthy of other cities' interest and ire that they weren't as fortunate to have such an incredible exhibit showcasing, as Mayor Ginther noted to our Area Commission in June, the kind of dynamic, inclusive growth that we need to see. As he further stated, there is a real opportunity to do a different type of growth and development over the next 50 years than we have done the last 50, that of a mode of sprawl. The Traby Roberts Area Plan notes this rural district as a distinct feature of our planning area, but our area plan has been corrupted at every turn. This is one more example, and the Big Darby Creek takes the hit. Further, the conditions recommended by the Big Darby Accord panel are not those envisioned, but limited to the interpretation by the developers. In the absence of the model development intended for this area, the Far West Side Area Commission respectfully requests that you take the following into consideration prior to voting. Maintain the 35-foot building height restriction found in our area. Once potential developers have site planning and elevations available, our area commission consider a proper variance request based on sound data. We've worked with other multifamily developers. We can do that again. Require written commitments from the applicants and/or the city regarding township residents' recourse should their private wells for water and septic systems suffer negative impacts due to construction of this development and associated roadways. Written commitments. We would also like written commitments from the applicants about what maintenance means for the buffer zone behind the Renner Road homes. The current development text language is vague. Name the plants to be planted, how future HOA will be required to replace these trees and plantings, and how often this unspecified maintenance will take place and what it covers. Also address any potential flooding issues and runoff from this buffer. Please consider what this development could be as you make your decision. Thank you.
Thank you. And now I would ask first Mr. Hard to really begin to address some of the concerns from
Councilmember Tyson. Councilmember Tyson, pardon me for interrupting. Would you like for me to try Mr. Van Echo once again?
Oh, yes, that's fine. I'm sorry.
That's fine. Mr. Van Echo?
Hello?
Mr. Van Echo?
Yes, can you hear me now? Hello?
Yes, Mr. Van Echo, please state your name, who you represent, and you have 3 minutes.
Okay, my name is Tim Van Echo. I represent my wife and I. I'm a retired professional civil engineer that worked 38 years for one company, BBC&M, which was later bought by SNME. I did previous work for the developers on this project, and I do trust that they will do what they say they will. And this I know there's a need for good life and the environment in the area. I do understand that change is hard for many. That the area has longstanding traffic issues and stormwater issues, and some local residents have bought homes thinking the area would never change. But people and companies have the right to develop land. Many existing residents live in homes and developments that have not been there all that long. The Darby is a special place, so I asked, did it follow the rules? Does it help solve the problems or create more? Have the developers made changes to address residents' concerns? I understand it meets city rules and it earned Darby Panel and Development Commission recommendation. It looks like it's helping to solve long-term traffic and water safety challenges. They look like they've made changes to be good neighbors by reducing lots, putting in the buffering, and providing revenue streams, again, that they've talked about. The bottom line is we need new quality housing choices in this area, and change is hard for a lot of people, but I do believe the Sugar Farms and Renner South will be good neighbors. For these reasons, I do request that the City Council approve this rezoning. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Van Echo. All right, I am now going to ask Attorney Hard and to address some of the issues that we heard from Mr. Sasson regarding the stream restoration, the Clover Grove stream, and the issue of Rex and Parks. And they may have to, again, address this, but certainly about the Rex and Parks being able to want to have the land that's there and also to address, like I said, Clover Grove, et cetera.
Do you want me to jump in, Tom?
Who? Is that you, Greg? I think.
Yeah.
Tom may be on mute, but yes.
Tom's on mute. Tom, do you want me to jump in? I can't hear him.
Well, just go ahead, Greg.
Okay. All right. Let me, obviously, we've done a lot of things to address water quality here. And that's really the bottom line. The Darby is about water quality. Number one, let me just list all the things that we're doing that our project facilitates. Without the project, this does not happen. Number one, bringing sewer to the area. There's a lot of septic in the area, septic systems that leak, and part of the contamination of Clover Grove comes from septic systems that are failing, number one. So over the long term, having sewer provides the ability to solve that problem. It takes some time, but we can solve that problem. Number two, in our development, we are doing more stormwater BMPs than I've seen in any development in the city of Columbus in my 40 years. I have not seen any other development tackle BMPs. All right, tackle BMPs like this. And all the things that we're doing related to swales, vegetated swales, related to how we're treating the ponds, rain gardens, everything we're doing to increase infiltration and to slow down the rate of the water getting into the Clover Grove ditch are really helping to facilitate water quality. And then lastly, hold on one second. Never fails. The dog's going to start barking when you're talking. Lastly, the stream restoration. This project provides the funding and provides the land for the stream restoration. I think the 600 feet down to 400 feet roughly is more than adequate to provide a good stream restoration project. To the north of us, the city did it in about 150 feet. We are providing much more land than that. It gives the ability for the city, the Department of Parks, to do a very comprehensive, well thought out design to get this relocation to happen in a good, positive way. And it has to do with meanders. It has to do with how you plant it, what kind of grass you use, trees, et cetera. There's a lot of things that go into a stream restoration design. And it needs to be restricted to the floodplain, and that's the area that has been provided. The one pinch point that I think it was Mr. Sasson mentioned was down by Renner Road, and that's where the stream actually leaves our property. To the north, where it's pinched down, that's actually up where the stream restoration has already occurred on Spindler Park. So that stream restoration has already happened. And we're staying 150, 200 feet away from that stream restoration up to the north. So everything we're doing is in accordance with the Big Darby Accord panel's request. We've agreed to their request. It's documented in our zoning, and we stand by it, and we think that we're going to have a very good project. And the fact that we can pay for it, I think, is a real benefit to the city, and the fact that we have the land to get it done. So all of those things being said, I feel very confident that the approach we're taking is right. You can't design it until we're zoned. We have to get it zoned first, and then we proceed with a good, orderly design. And like Brad had mentioned, we are going to be dedicating that parkland very early, which will allow that design to proceed very early. And so all of that, I think, will really help accomplish what will be a very good project and something that will greatly increase the quality of that stream and the Darby watershed in general. So we feel very good about what we're doing.
Thank
We're
you.
not cramming this thing in some small little corridor.
I'm going to ask Councilmember Favor if she has questions, since I know she did have some based upon Mr. Sasson's questions. Councilmember Favor, I don't know if Mr. Comfort has answered your questions, but the floor is yours if you.
Thank you, Councilmember Tyson. And but before the moment gets away from me, let me just give you a round of applause, you and your team. This was a heavy lift, coordinating with so many departments in the city, as well as working with all of the individuals and entities that are involved with the development, potentially of the Big Darby Sugar Farms area. So wonderful job in getting this all together. But with that, I think there is, I'm not sure if Mr. Comfort hit the question completely. And I think there's concern ultimately with, the clogging of Clover Grove. I'm not sure if I'm saying it correctly. But if the special MOU, I believe, as you stated, is going to, designate the area over to Columbus Rexon Park. Does that mean ultimately that the city is going to be responsible for the maintaining and cleaning of that stream, or is it going to be some hybrid between you all and the city?
I can answer that. In the revenue program, we are providing funds for maintenance. So all of the things that we are doing, all the BMPs on site, anything that needs to be maintained, we are providing funding for that maintenance in perpetuity on an ongoing basis. So maintenance is important. When you have a stream, there's invasive species that come in, there's things that happen, you've got to maintain it. Same thing with on-site BMPs. All of that is important, that it be maintained and function well. And that's why we have money, a lot of money, set aside on an annual basis to hire out the ability to come in and maintain. So we're just not building it and abandoning it. We're building it and maintaining it. So, and the other thing, one other point, I think Rexon Parks has a good history of this. They have a good history of doing this. They've done a lot of this. They understand how to do it. They'll get the right people involved. And I think at the end of the day, it's going to be designed well, built well, and maintained well. I think it's going to be a win for everybody.
And that design, Mr. Comfort, that's going to include the community as a part of that design process, correct?
That's correct. And I'm not sure how many steps will be taken through the design, but there'll be a number of opportunities to get interaction with the community. I'm sure Mr. Sasson would like to be involved. Mr. Tech would like to be involved. We welcome that. That's all fine. All those folks should be involved, and they will be involved. And that's my understanding. The park department is going to include them when they get involved in the design.
Councilman Faber, let's make sure let's ask Brad Westall. Brad, can you address that?
Yes. Well, it's going to be a collaborative design, if that's the question on the table, Madam Chair and Councilman Faber. The process involves homeowners on the east side. It involves parkland on the west side. It involves new residents on the west side. It involves Spencer Park. It involves access. So our process of design does include public input. And I had a conversation with Anthony Sasson a week or two ago. And we walked through those steps. He and I are veterans of that, and I respect Anthony. I don't know John well, or some, but I respect him a lot because he's done this work too. So I don't think our department would be satisfied if we didn't have good input on species of shrubs, prairie plantings, trees, and what have you. Very proud of those plant lists, and we would certainly want that input. That just has to be. That would be if this wasn't a developer-driven project. That's the way we do that. So rest assured that part will be done. The zone width, isn't. It's not perfect. They never are. One of our phases just north of this. We actually went between a retention pond and people's backyards in a space of about 140 feet, which is the narrowest pinch point of this down at Renner Road. We studied this pretty carefully, and it does exceed the width very adequately to do a stream restoration. That's not the concern as much as the timing and the making sure that this development, as it proceeds, when houses and apartments or multifamily is built, that stockpiling in the parkland area or staging of equipment, things that can compact those soils and affect that zone, if we can call it that, are really important. And we've included in that MOU that it's a no-touch zone.
Right.
Even if it's not conveyed yet. So it's important to what you start with as much as what you want to end up with. So we don't have all the answers. It's a dynamic design. Nothing is more, to use a word, fluid than designing a natural channel on a channelized ditch. Right now, its QHEI is about 22. I'll use that biology number to point out you wouldn't want your dog or your children or anybody to come in contact with that ditch as it currently stands. And mostly it's been impacted by agriculture. Let's be clear on that. Development some too. But the point is that the restoration immediately begins to bring back biology and habitat. So there's values to not having development. There's values to restoring streams. Rec and Parks doesn't take a position on this. We just have a job to do if this zoning is approved.
Thank you. That helps for sure. Councilmember Tyson, if I may, I do have a question about the sewer line, and this is something that I've been asking throughout this process. The sewer line will be a major part of this project, and given the fact that there are currently residents that are operating on the systems, in the presentation, I believe that it was indicated that the revenue program would be a part of providing some assistance, but I'm wondering if we could be a little bit more specific as to what that actually means, because in the presentation, it's stating that it'll need to be a city-ran program, but if that, and I think Director Arbery indicated that the developer would need to be proactive in the way in which it addresses these septic issues. So, tapping into a sewer line is a very costly endeavor, and I don't want to presume that all of the residents who are currently operating on a septic have a failing septic system. And so what are the measures that are going to be in place to ensure that there's assistance to help residents tap in?
I think we can certainly, Tom, you want to address this issue? But the key to this is that, you have to annex into our system to the city to be able to use our water. So that's the issue that's here. If people want to annex in, I think now, Tom, you can address it, of how you would fund that.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Councilmember Favor, what we will be putting in the physical sewer and water lines that would enable, the use of those central utilities. And we would generate the revenue in the revenue program that would be able to fund, quote unquote, scholarshiping. But there is an existing city program to deal with, taking older septic systems that are not viable off and getting them on city services. But there is annexation with that, and there's a pretty structured program, with the Department of Public Utilities, I think Ann referenced. So while we support it, we'll be doing the physical work to get the lines in place to make it happen. It has to be, our thought is that it has to meet the city program protocols and kind of work through those sets of issues. But we will put the lines in. We'll make it possible. There's a separate issue in terms of well and septic, and any impact to those existing systems from construction or anything we do. What Ann Arbery did tonight is articulate Ohio law, and the law is if we affect someone's well or someone's existing septic system with our development, or any other developer does that, or any person does that, they are liable. So, Ohio law is clear on that point. It's been, well litigated. That would be, if we affect someone out there, well or septic existing systems, we would be responsible as the developers. We did a lot of study of the wells out there. This was a topic of a lot of discussion at one of our area commission meetings. And the existing wells are at a depth that, I think the most shallow ones are around 60 feet. Our development activities are way above that. And there's a lot of clay, a lot of protection, in between. So the likelihood of us affecting someone's well is very remote physically. But we would be responsible if we did affect it that way. So same thing with septic.
So, Mr. Hart, so there is not actually going to be additional financial support to a resident who is going to be required to tap in, other than what already exists with the city, because the city's program doesn't cover the entire cost of the fee to tap in.
Well, what I'm saying is we would support such a financial contribution from the program, the development, the funds we generate from this development could support that extra funding or whatever level of funding is required to get these folks on city services. But there's a process and a program, and the annexation part of it that's really not up to us, how it happens. But we are putting the lines in, and we'll have the resources to do the funding.
Okay. Is Director Aubrey still on the call?
Sorry about that. I was having difficulty unmuting. Still
No
on the
worries.
call, Councilmember Favor.
No worries. I'm wondering if you could just help with just clarifying what the city's program is and how the developer is going to be able to provide additional assistance and practically.
So I think that Mr. Hart is talking about our septic tank elimination program, which is eligible. I think, Councilmember Favor, you're familiar with that program. It's available to city residents who have failing septic. I was just looking up the price. I think it has a maximum. I believe it's $5,000 is the maximum. I think what the developer is proposing is a program that doesn't yet exist yet, which would be to use some revenue funds to offset some of those additional costs. But again, that program's not been developed, and we haven't outlined what it would look like with our development partners yet.
Okay, thank you, Director Aubrey. That kind of helps to clarify where my thoughts were at. So, Mr. Hart, I don't know if does that mean, Director Aubrey, that Mr. Hart and his team needs to work actively with utilities to build that new program out?
I think that they need to meet with, work with the city in general. It's going to, include development as well. But I think they need to work with the city to develop the program, and it'll be individual departments.
Okay.
Councilman Favor, I know there's some draft language for financial assistance program for existing residents to tap into public utilities, and that it was the city will create a financial assistance program and or expand an existing program to help existing residents in their project area tap into the new developer installed water and sewer lines to be dedicated with the city. This program would improve water quality and is deemed an accord purpose. The city will determine the type, amount, conditions, and duration of the financial assistance program. This determination will include community engagement. The city will fashion a program to assure that it does not harm the schedule and funding or reimbursement of projects already identified and committed to by the city and develops an agreement. So there certainly has been a draft draft amendment, but there still has to continue to be more discussion. But certainly they have said that they would be willing to assist, working with the city to financial assistance for those residents.
I appreciate that, Councilmember Tyson. I just want to make sure that we're being inclusive of all of the residents and not just filling systems. And at a cap of 5,000, that's just not a lot of assistance when you're talking about, very expensive projects. So I thank you for that clarity, Councilmember.
All right. Are there any questions for? Let's see. That's trying to address. Are there any other questions from my colleagues that need to be addressed? Okay.
Councilmember Tyson, I have another question if no one else does.
All right, Councilman Favor.
This is for Director Gallagher. When can we expect to see actual construction for the Hilliard Renner intersection? And I do applaud the developers' effort to contribute those design dollars, which is half the battle in most of these types of situations. So when can residents start to expect to see some work being done?
Yes, so Councilmember Favor, if we are successful with the attributable funds dollars, those are expected to be available right now in the 2025 timeframe, which is about right for the size of this project. That would probably be when we would be ready for the construction dollars anyways. We're expecting a 2-year time frame by the time we would get going with the design and the size of this design project, 1.5 years, 2 years for the design, and then that would give us 1 year for right of way, 1 year for utilities, and then go right into construction in a 2025 timeframe.
Thank you, Director.
You're welcome.
And Director, just real quick, sorry, Chair Tyson, to jump in, but since she was there, I wanted Director, I know we spoke about this. If this project wasn't here, if we weren't doing it, if we weren't to approve this, when would the city get to Renner and Hilliard Rome?
I don't know. We do not have this on our 5-year plan at this time.
So it could take up to 10 years. Yeah, we talked about that. Yeah.
Yeah, we do not have any design money for this at this time.
Appreciate that. Thank you.
Yes, you're welcome.
Are there any other questions? I'm sorry. Well, seeing that, first of all, I want to really thank the area commission, who certainly I know that I've had 3 different conversations with. I want to thank the Big Darby Accord members, and certainly when this was approved, Mr. Hoy was the chair, and it was a 4-3 vote. And I want to thank them for their work. And certainly, I've had 2 conversations with them, and then I had a 3rd conversation on Friday. So I've had about 3 conversations with them, and of course with the directors and that are on the call today. And again, as we've heard today, that the Accord did vote 4-3 yes. The Development Commission did had a 4-1, and they also had some stipulations that they wanted to make sure happened. Of course, that has occurred. We also know that the staff has said yes, and the Far West voted 0-8. And I just want to say that I think there was some concern, even from some conversations on Friday, that I don't want anyone to think that the Accord, they voted for this. But when we look at when we are evaluating a zoning, we do look at what's the staff saying, what did, in this regard, the Accord, what did the Development Commission state? And then we also, certainly I've had the conversation with the commission. And as we heard earlier, and the number one area was around the environment. And we have certainly heard from Recreation and Parks, we've heard from the developer, but clearly Recreation and Parks, and then the Big Darby Accord about the environment. And those conditions from the meetings that I had with, again, I know there's some members of the Accord that are not in support, think that we should be doing more. But again, did we meet the qualifications of this, what was put in the Accord? And we've heard tonight that was a yes. So, and I care about the Big Darby also. So we care, our council cares about it, and that's why we ask a lot of questions. In terms of density, when I talked to the commission, they were concerned about, they wanted, 10 less houses on Renner Road. The developer said yes to that. The multi-unit, the concern for the multi-unit is it is a 50 foot, 40 of it though is the habitable, so 5 foot more. The other 10 is really is architectural, and we certainly have seen the buffering. It's been the taller buildings are to the back. Let's see here. In terms of traffic, we've heard from Director Gallagher and the importance of the commitment of the developers to be able to really make that part of the Renner Road area to make it safer based upon this zoning. And again, I really appreciate all the meetings that I've had with everybody, and I've listened to everyone. I appreciate my council members listening to everyone, and making sure that we were all caring about this area. I'm appreciative of the jobs that will happen here, the development of homes and the multi-unit homes for individuals. So based upon listening to everybody, making concessions, I'm in support of this zoning. And so with that, I will ask.
Madam Chair, can I just jump in real quick before you call for the vote?
Yes, President Harden.
I just want to acknowledge your leadership on this and the work that's gone into this. When there are contentious conversations and votes like this, process matters. How you engage, who you engage with, how you keep your word, how you inform both the applicant and the folks in the neighborhood, how you inform and engage with your colleagues. Those things matter in contentious conversations like this. And I just needed to applaud your leadership and say how much as a council and as council president, I appreciate you shepherding this through. And know that you've had a lot of meetings. We talk every week about the meetings specifically with this ordinance, and I just gotta give my appreciation to you and your leadership, but the process in which you took this ordinance through.
Right. Thank you. Well, thank you. And so if there are no other questions or comments, I first move to amend as submitted to the clerk.
Is there a second?
Second.
Please call the roll.
Brown, Dorans, favor, Remy, Tyson, President Hart.
Amended.
Thank you. And before I move for passage, I just want to make sure that I'm saying to the developer as well as to the area commission, as you heard from also Brad Westfall, that that communications can continue to happen as you're moving this forward. And so lastly, I also want to thank for my team, Nicole Harper and Andrew Dwyer, who certainly worked with me on this legislation. And now I move for passage.
Please call the roll.
Brown, Dorans, favor, Remy, Tyson, President Hart.
Ordinance is passed.
Thank you. That's all I have in zoning this evening.
Is there anything else that comes before zoning or anything to be discussed? May I have a motion to adjourn?
So moved.
Second.
Please call the roll.
Brown, Dorans, favor, Remy, Tyson, President Hart.
Regular meeting is adjourned. Do we need 2 minutes?
Dorans, favor Remy Tyson, President Harden.
We are in the Economic Development Committee. Councilmember Remy chairs that committee. Councilmember, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much, President Harden. I am going to work expeditiously to get through these pieces of legislation. I want to make sure that my speakers know that we want to keep this to the bare minimum so we can all get going home tonight. Next ordinance I have is 2537-2020 to authorize the Director of Development to execute a grant agreement with the Franklin County Convention Facilities Authority in an amount up to $500,000 for the purpose of providing funding for PPEs, training, barriers, crowd control devices, and upgrades to public seating areas at the Greater Columbus Convention Center. To authorize an expenditure up to $500,000 from the CARES Act Fund, to authorize the payment of expenses starting March 1st, 2020, and to declare an emergency. The Greater Columbus Convention Center is one of the busiest convention centers in North America. Annually, visitors make 43 million trips to Greater Columbus for conventions, trade shows, sporting events, and leisure visits, spending $7.6 billion and supporting 78,600 jobs. Tax collections as a result of these visits reached an all-time high of $49.7 million in 2009. This evening, I have Don Brown, the Executive Director of the Franklin County Convention Facility Authority, here to speak on the ordinance. Don, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Chairman Remy. And thank you, council members, for the support for the convention and the announcement of 2 safe and effective vaccines brings us closer to hosting group events again. Meeting planners tell us that many groups are ready to hold live events, but only in facilities that are clean and safe and virus-free. Your CARES Act grant will match the county's grant and will enable us to maintain the convention center as a virus-free event environment for visitors and staff. Specific measures include air filtration upgrades in our meeting rooms and elevators, walk-through body temperature scanners, ultraviolet disinfectant systems for and other high-tech areas, and finally, touchless parking system upgrades. Again, I want to thank Council for city's continued support of the visitor and convention industry, which supports a number of good jobs and which draws significant visitor spending to our community. I'll be happy to respond to any questions, Council.
Thank you so much, Don. Do any of my colleagues have any questions this evening about this ordinance? Seeing none, I move for passage.
Second.
Please call the row.
Brown, Dorans, favor Remy Tyson, President Harden.
Passed.
Next, I have ordinance number 2538-2020 to authorize an agreement with the North Market Development Authority for the purpose of providing support to the organization in its efforts to assist small business merchants who have been impacted by COVID-19, to authorize an expenditure of up to $500,000 from the CARES Act Fund, to authorize the payment of expenses starting March 1st, 2020 into the city. The North Market is a destination that in a non-COVID year serves over 1 million guests each year and is consistently ranked as one of the top public markets in the country. The North Market proudly provides an authentic Columbus, Ohio that highlights the vibrancy of our community, both economically and culturally, by promoting and incubating best-in-class local market's heritage, many transeconomic ups and downs, and countless merchants, vendors, and visitors. North Market stronger than ever as a symbol of our community's resilience, cultural diversity, and success. This evening, we have Rick Harrison Wolf, the Executive Director of the North Market, to share a few words. Rick, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Chair Remy, Council President Harden, Council President Pro Tem Brown, council members. I'm Rick Harrison Wolf, Executive Director of North Market Development Authority, the 501c3 organization that leads the market. On behalf of our merchants, farmers, makers, and board of directors, we are grateful for the City of Columbus's long-term support and collaboration with the market as our landlord and partner. This has helped launch many, many successful small businesses and establish an authentic downtown Columbus destination for over 144 years. We're also grateful for your consideration of funds to secure the ongoing operations of this Columbus institution. Since the middle of March, the COVID-19 pandemic has drastically impacted the operations of the market, like many other institutions in Columbus. Of our 34 merchants at the beginning of this crisis, 4 have now closed as a result of this pandemic. These businesses employed approximately 4 dozen people. Even more alarming, our merchant sales, their livelihood, are down approximately 80% versus 2019. As an organization, we fear that without assistance, the loss of even more merchants and jobs is inevitable. Our merchants are all local and independent small businesses. Over 2/3 are female and or minority owned. And given their local ownership and sourcing methods, the vast majority of the money spent at these businesses stays in the Central Ohio economy. Regarding North Market Development Authority, we have 3 major revenue streams. All have been halted due to COVID. This year, our parking revenue is down $250,000. Our fundraising and events are down another $220,000. And significant percentages of merchant rents continue to be indefinitely deferred. Since the governor deemed businesses like ours essential, the NMDA has made every effort to remain open for our community. However, the loss of conventions, downtown workers, and hotel guests has caused a significant decline in foot traffic, and sales have declined, resulting in steep losses for almost all of our merchants. As the pandemic continues, that foot traffic, the parking revenues, and the fundraising events will be slow to return. A CARES Act grant would directly support the following: direct rent relief to merchants to support workers' salaries, new merchant startup assistance programs to lower the initial costs of opening in the market, focusing on minority-owned startups, and we already have 3 businesses committed so far. Investment in a reliable and efficient food delivery service, allowing customers to shop from home and providing an immediate boost in sales to our merchants. Enhanced technology at the market, allowing universal pay terminals and a comprehensive gift card program. An enhanced gift card program would allow immediate sale of trackable gift cards to customers, providing immediate funds via advanced purchases. The NMDA understands the city has limited funds and appreciates the consideration given to this request. The request support is not intended to and does not compensate the NMDA for all losses resulting from the COVID-19 pandemic in 2020 and going forward into 2021. Indeed, with the slow return of downtown employees, conventions, and tourism, we anticipate lingering effects and depressed revenues well into 2021. However, the proposed support is vital to enabling the NMDA to boost merchant sales through investment and in providing direct relief to merchants so the businesses can stay open and jobs are retained. Thank you again for your consideration and support.
Thank you so much, Rick. Do any of my colleagues have any questions or comments this evening? Seeing none, I move for passage.
Second.
Please call the roll.
Brown, Dorans, favor, Remy Tyson, President Harden.
Passed.
Next, I have ordinance number 2597 to authorize the Director of Development to modify a grant agreement with the Franklin County Historical Society doing business as COSI in an amount up to $300,000 and to modify the scope of services to authorize an expenditure up to $300,000 from the CARES Act fund and to declare an emergency. This modification will allow COSI to continue to 2 programs started earlier this year and funded with funding throughout Columbus neighborhoods, COSI Connects and COSI on Wheels Curbside, through initiatives such as Learning Lunch, COSI Learning App, Kits, COSI Connects Digital Learning Centers, and Learning Lunchbox Community Conversations. COSI will work to keep students engaged in doing so where they are at in their neighborhoods. I've been privileged to be a part of some of those when we've given out Hunger Alliance meals. It was a great year long. Appreciate the work that's been done at COSI. This evening, we have Dr. Frederick Bertley, President and CEO of COSI, here to share a few words. Dr. Bertley, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much. Firstly, to the Honorable Mitchell Brown, I take off my hat. I am now inside, so thank you for that comment. To Councilman Remy, thank you for this opportunity. And I do want to say, while I did have popcorn, I also had licorice because I got through my popcorn. You advised us earlier to have some popcorn and hunker down. Thank you for that advice. I'm feeling good right now. So with that, I want to just jump into why I'm so excited about this opportunity. So thank you very much, Council members Brown, Tyson, Lawrence, Favor, and President Harden for allowing me to say a few words this evening. On behalf of COSA and our community, we want to thank each of you and our Mayor Andy Ginther for your steadfast leadership to help us through this unprecedented moment. We want to thank you for your commitment to helping us bring together during these challenging times, which will enable us to emerge even stronger than before the pandemic. As you know, part of COSI's vision and mission is to engage, inspire, and transform lives and communities by being the best partner. And partner is the operative word to us. It's embedded in our DNA. Partnerships are what Columbus is all about. When I moved from Philadelphia to Columbus, I learned about the Columbus way, and that really bleeds in our DNA. And so collaborations are needed more than ever. We at COSI embraced this philosophy as we strive to learn and lean into this crisis and serve the public during COVID-19. And so even though our physical doors are closed, our community doors are wide open. And that's why COSI worked diligently throughout this crisis to create partnerships to not only serve the vital need of learning, but also help support other critical human services. So this summer, for example, we partnered with CODA to provide community mobile Wi-Fi hotspots to families to help bridge the digital divide through our COSI on Wheels Curbside Edition. We partnered with Columbus City Schools to offer free science kits and a mobile app to help students and after-school programming to bolster the work for teachers and parents. We partnered with Councilwoman Tyson's Commission on Black Girls. Thank you, Councilwoman Tyson. We're working with meal providers and the Franklin Park Conservatory under Bruce Harkey's leadership to deliver free learning kits and lunch boxes. So when Black families picked up their nourishment, they also picked up science learning for the week. Partner with Alvis to provide free learning materials to mothers who are in recovery to help them in the bonding of the children. We partnered with CEO Chad Whittington from CAPA and the Executive Director Demetrius Neely from King Arts Complex to support the Heart of Progress program. We partnered with the Columbus Metropolitan Library to help provide weekly reading story times with free science experiments that you can do at home from your kitchen cabinet. And we continue to partner with Tom Stoff and his great staff at the zoo to impact ever-growing wider audiences through STEM. So I want to thank this distinguished body and Mayor Ginther for your leadership and help to bring our community together, forge these types of partnerships that will help enable our city, including our nonprofit brother and sister organizations, to come together to support Columbus families and youth, particularly those underserved. So now, some of you know I'm also an immunologist by trade, and I'd be remiss if I didn't thank you for your leadership and being a champion of science. In order to get through this crisis, and you heard Dan Brown talk about it, 2 vaccines are coming out. We have to leverage and follow our science driving force to overcome this pandemic. You know, Pfizer and Moderna have 90 to 95% effective vaccines respectively. So we're super optimistic about these vaccines on the horizon. But the latest numbers around Columbus, our state and the nation demonstrate that we must be even more vigilant and let science lead the way. Each of you have done that, and I applaud the leadership of this council, and I want to echo your calls to the power of science, such as wearing masks, social distancing, hand washing, and more to help save lives. We're all in this together, and we will emerge stronger than ever. So thank you again for the support. I would be happy to take questions, but I know there's no time. So thank you again for the support. We look forward to getting through this together.
Thank you, Dr. Bertley. Of course, we've got our Mask Up CBUS initiative and certainly continue to make sure that people are doing so. Appreciate the collaboration. That's what Columbus is all about. And it's great to hear how many organizations you've worked with over this last pandemic year. Are there any questions or comments from my colleagues this evening? Seeing none, I move for passage.
Second.
Please call the roll.
Brown, Dorans, favor, Remy Tyson, President Hart.
Passed.
Next, I have ordinance 2598, 2020 to authorize the Director of Development to execute an agreement with Columbus Association of the Performing Arts in an amount up to $300,000 for the purpose of providing funding for health and safety equipment and operating support to maintain essential staff, to authorize an expenditure of up to $300,000 from the Act Fund to authorize of expenses starting March 1st, 2020 and to declare an emergency. CAPA is a leader of the creative class in Central or operates 10 theaters in Columbus, providing both hard and is vital to many of Columbus's arts organizations. So, in performance, Symphony, Cat, Opera, Administrative Services, by providing these services at below market. Organizations save millions of staff, while Kappa increases still their mission. We have Chad, CEO of Kappa, to share the floor is yours.
All right, thank you. Good evening, council members. I want to start by thanking all of you for your steadfast support of the arts. For the past few years, you've taken actions that have strengthened our arts community, and certainly appreciate that and your focus and time given to the arts. I also want to thank Mayor Ginther and Director Stevens for their support of the arts and this critical funding that we're discussing here this evening. There's no question that we need help right now, and I just want to take a moment to discuss some of the ways that your support will help us get through our current challenges. First and foremost, you're helping to sustain the historic theaters that Kappa has been entrusted with. Their activity right now is just a small fraction of what we're normally at. We must still keep staff to maintain buildings, we have to pay the utility bills, and we have to invest in our theaters to make sure they're ready to go when it's time to reopen. On top of that, right now we are investing in critical health supplies and equipment to make sure our audiences are safer than ever when they return to our theaters. Your funding also helps to support our shared services programs. My colleague, Dr. Bertley, talked a few minutes ago about the importance of collaboration in arts and culture, and certainly we share that same value through our many shared services programs, through our work with others to develop reopening plans and guidelines, and through the way that we operate on a daily basis. You are also supporting critical programming that continues to go on even if we're not in our buildings. Our Part Together concert series celebrates local artists, and we are also paying those artists, providing much needed income during this tough time. Our upcoming Step Africa virtual program will provide free arts programming to over 15,000 school kids in Central Ohio, including students from Columbus City Schools, Columbus Recreation and Parks after-school programs, and various settlement houses in the area. Our city will thrive once again, and because of support like this, so will our arts community. Thank you for considering the support, and I look forward to the day that we can once again open the doors to our theaters and welcome you all back. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Chad. I think I've got my internet fixed now. The meeting was running so long that we were running out of service here. Are there any questions or comments from my colleagues this evening? Councilmember Tyson. Seeing none, I move for passage.
Second.
Please call the roll.
Brown, Dorans, favor, Remy Tyson, President Harden.
Passed.
Next, I have ordinance number 2624, 2020 to authorize the Director of Development to modify a grant agreement with the Franklin Park Conservatory and Botanical Gardens at an amount up to $300,000 and to modify the scope of services as necessary to authorize an expenditure of up to $300,000 from the CARES Act fund and to declare an emergency. Ordinance 1569, 2020 passed by Columbus City Council on July 20th, 2020 provided operating support for the organization effective March 1st, 2020. This ordinance will provide additional operating support for expenses from March 1st, 2020 through November 30th, 2020. This evening, we have Bruce Harkey, President and CEO of Franklin Park Conservatory and Botanical Gardens, to share a few words. Bruce, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Chair Remy. I'll try to keep this brief. Thank you to President Harden, all of the City Council members, and Mayor Ginther for their leadership during this very difficult time that we're all in. We really appreciate, on behalf of the board and the staff of the conservatory, all the financial support you provide to Franklin Park Conservatory and the opportunity to receive some federal CARES dollars to help preserve jobs at the conservatory. We lost millions in ticket sales, as did many organizations, with the cancellations of classes, events, attendance, and rentals due to COVID-19 shutdown and early. Excuse me. Our operating budget went from $12 million down to $7 million. Your support and your faith in the conservatory and your recognition of the conservatory's contribution to our community got us over the financial hurdle. And we were so honored to partner with Councilmember Tyson for the Black Girls Soar event. We also partnered with King Arts and presented some wonderful artists and performances during one of our recent community days. And then we were honored to be, I believe, the first COVID testing site in the city of Columbus back whenever that was. As soon as we were able to open our doors on June 13th after a 3-month close, guests really did start returning, and we were able to once again contribute to the culture fee that supports all of the organizations in Columbus. Slowly at first, but the outside spaces and our strict safety protocols really, I think, gave visitors confidence, and our attendance continued to grow. Some days, fortunately, our attendance is almost at pre-COVID levels with 50% capacity. We're also very proud that we've launched a number of new programs this year to ensure that everyone has access to the conservatory regardless of their ability to pay. And research clearly shows that during times like this, that access to urban green spaces improves physical and mental health, increases tolerance, reduces violence, and encourages creativity. Certainly things that we all need, especially this year. Your support has ensured our community, individuals, and families have access to a safe, restorative place to heal. We're honored to be part of the mosaic of organizations working to foster resiliency in our community. We're so thankful for your support and appreciate your consideration of this additional funding for the conservatory. We hope to see you at Conservatory Glow, and please stay safe and healthy.
Thank you so much, Bruce. Are there any questions or comments from my colleagues this evening? Seeing none, I move for passage.
Second.
Please call the row.
Brown, Dorans, favor, Remy Tyson, President Hart.
Passed.
Our final ordinance on the CARES Act this evening is Ordinance 2634, 2020, to authorize the Director of Development to execute a grant agreement with the Columbus Zoo and Aquarium at an amount up to $125,000 for the purpose of providing funding for health and safety equipment and operating support for educational programming, to authorize an expenditure up to $125,000 from the CARES Act Fund, to authorize the payment of expenses starting March 1st, 2020, and to declare an emergency. The Columbus Zoo and Aquarium is home to more than 10,000 animals representing nearly 600 species from around the world. The zoo's 580 acres consists of 7 regions, and I believe, Tom can correct me if I'm wrong, but the largest zoo in the country. Due to the impact of COVID-19 and the compliance with the state's order to shelter in place to curb the spread of the coronavirus, the Columbus Zoo and Aquarium closed on March 16, 2020, and did not reopen until June 15, 2020. This 3-month closure fell during a time when they would normally have some of the largest attendance numbers. Because of the significant loss of attendance revenue, in addition to lost revenue from the cancellation of events and other programs, the zoo made significant budget cuts in the form of furloughs, layoffs, limited seasonal staff, and the elimination of non-essential travel and other non-essential expenses. The bad thing about COVID truly is not having you come down, Tom, to bringing animals with you to share, and we certainly missed that this year. But this evening, pleased to have Tom, staff, the President, CEO of Columbus Zoo and Aquarium, to share a few words. So, Tom, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Chair Remy. Council members, it's good to see you all on Zoom. I wish I was there with a kangaroo in my hands. At the Columbus Zoo and Aquarium, it's very simple. We lead and inspire by connecting people and wildlife. We do that every single day. And unfortunately, during the COVID-19 crisis, it's been devastating to our nonprofit. We were scheduled to lose $28 million this year. And with our budget cuts, we were able to open June 10th, and we've been doing it safely ever since. But that did increase our personal protective equipment and our labor to clean and make sure that it's a safe place for everyone. Today is a special day for us because we did include now wearing masks throughout the entire zoo, and that's indoors and outdoors, and it's going very well. Even though we have been open since June, we still are looking at least a $6.3 million loss for this year, and we believe in 21 we'll see that same number. The good news is we were at zero debt when COVID hit, but having a nonprofit go in about $10 million is hurting. So what we're asking for you tonight is to support the zoo. We need your help, and we are definitely in need for personal protective equipment. And also, just for a note, we strive to educate every single day. We do that on zoo grounds and off zoo grounds. But this year, our education programs were cut by $700,000 from people that couldn't come to the zoo for their kids to enjoy a program. So this is a vital need for us. We really appreciate your support, and know this, that the zoo is open. We are providing people a safe way to enjoy wildlife. That'll be starting the end of this week. And we're doing it by time ticketing and restricting our guests, making sure that they have a safe day. Thank you for your time.
Thank you so much, Tom. Do any of my colleagues have any questions or comments this evening on this legislation? Seeing none, I move for passage.
Second.
Please call the roll.
Brown, Dorans, favor, Remy Tyson, President Harden.
Passed.
Next, I'd like to go back to my held piece of legislation, ordinance number 1557, 2020, to authorize the Director of Development, Department of Development to enter into an agreement with Harmony Development Group and Pulte Homes of Ohio for fulfillment of the Big Darby Revenue Program requirements for property located at 1980 Alton Darby Creek Road and subject to the rezoning application heard earlier, Z018-058, and to declare an emergency. Harmony Development Group and Pulte Homes will prospectively own 369.2 acres of the property to be developed along Alton Darby Creek Road and Renner Road, and generally located at 1980 Alton Darby Creek Road. The Development Commission approved the developer's application to rezone the property in May 2019. The developer's property is located in the Big Darby watershed and is subject to the requirements of the Big Darby Revenue Program pursuant to Resolution 0216X/2008, adopted by Columbus City Council on April 20th. This legislation authorizes the Director of Department of Development to enter into an agreement with the developers for the fulfillment of the Big Darby Revenue Program requirements. Director Stevens, do you have any comments about this piece of legislation this evening?
Chair Remy, I have prepared extensive comments, but for time's sake, I will answer any questions.
Do any of my colleagues have any questions about this evening?
Director Stevens, can you give us the shortened version of what your comments were?
Yes, happy to, Councilmember Favor. Really just talked about how we are agreeing to put in place TIF and new community authority to create the revenue stream that will reimburse the developer for the costs they're upfronting as part of the project, as well as dollars in the future that will be used to make improvements in the Big Darby.
Thank you.
All right. Any other questions or comments from my colleagues this evening? Seeing none, I move for passage.
Second.
Please call the roll.
Councilmember, do you have a speaker on this one?
Oh, thank you so much, Chair or Clerk. Let me see. Can somebody help me with the name on it? I did. You're correct. I do.
Yeah, Ross Holden. Ross Holden.
Okay, Mr. Holden, thank you for waiting on the line for this legislation. There?
I am here. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can. So you have 3 minutes. Please state your name and any organization you may be associated with.
Okay. First off, thank you for your time. My name is Ross Holden. I own a small business on Hilliard Rome Road, Submarine House. It is in the Columbus, city of Columbus, so it is a Columbus business. So I'm very familiar with the area. One thing I'll just say is I'm commenting on the intersection of Hilliard Rome and Renner, and myself personally, for the past 7 years since I've had the business, I tend to avoid that area just because of congestion. I know my staff does the same thing. We also receive a fair amount of business from the Galloway area. That's the easiest conduit for them to get over the highway to us. So I think it'd be great if the development can be leveraged to help get that project going, to just alleviate some of that congestion, improve the safety of it, and also reduce any costs associated with managing accidents, issues there. So just wanted to comment and say I'm in support of using that development to help kickstart that project.
Thank you so much, Mr. Holden. Do any of my colleagues have any questions for the speaker this evening? Thanks again. Seeing no further comments or questions, I move for passage.
Second.
Please call the roll.
Brown, Dorans, favor, Remy Tyson, President Harden.
Passed.
That's all I have in economic development this evening. Council President, do you mind if I move into environment?
Please.
Tonight I have two ordinances in the Environment Committee. Ordinance number 2391, 2020, to authorize the city auditor to transfer $17,944.41 within the general fund, to appropriate $30,055.59 in the Cap South Debt Service Fund, to authorize the Director of Public Utilities to renew and extend a professional service agreement with ARUP USA, Inc. for the development of the Sustainable Columbus Climate Action Plan, and to authorize the expenditure of $30,055.59 from the Cap South Debt Service Fund and $17,944.41 from the general fund. This legislation authorizes the Director of Public Utilities to renew and extend a professional consulting service agreement to develop and assist in the Sustainable Columbus Climate Action Plan with ARUP USA. The City of Columbus is committed to taking steps to mitigate and adapt to our community's changing climate. The changing climate poses risk to resident health and is expected to have a negative impact on the local economy if steps are not taken to mitigate this harmful effect. From 1951 to 2012, the annual average temperatures in Columbus warmed by 2.3 degrees Fahrenheit, faster than national and global rates. As our climate continues to change, Columbus can expect temperatures to further rise and precipitation to increase. To combat these changes, the city is working to reduce municipal greenhouse gas emissions. In June 2017, Mayor Ginther recommitted the city to the Global Covenant of Mayors, and as a part of that commitment, the city will adopt a climate adaptation plan that is focused on mitigation strategies to reduce greenhouse gas emissions from municipal and community sources. Do any of my colleagues have any questions about this piece of legislation this evening? Seeing none, I move for passage.
Second.
Please call the roll.
Brown, Dorans, favor, Remy Tyson, President Harden.
Passed.
Next, I have ordinance 2435, 2020, to waive competitive bidding requirements of City Code Chapter 329, to authorize the Director of Public Service to modify and increase an existing contract with Recollect Systems, to authorize the expenditure of up to $29,820 from the Street Construction Maintenance and Repair Fund, and to declare an emergency. This ordinance authorizes a bidding waiver for the Director of Public Service to modify an existing contract with Recollect Systems, Inc. for the provision of software licensing and maintenance services through December 31st, 2021. I'm going to throw it over to Director Gallagher. Could you speak a little bit more about this contract and also why the need for the request for bid waiver exists?
Yes, thank you. Good evening again, Council President Harden, Councilmember Remy, other members of council. So this Recollect contract is the one that we use to remind our residents the day of their trash recycling and yard waste collection days. It's also when we remind residents when we are going to sweep their streets, when we need them to move their vehicles. And so the contract runs out this year. We want to do a one-year extension because 311 is also anticipated to be redone in 2021. And it's our understanding that there's a possibility that 311 can be used for the same type of service. And so we want to make sure that we're not going into a long-term contract with a company where we may be duplicating services or confusing residents. So we just want to be able to do this contract for one more year until we see what the 311 new program can or cannot do, and then we'll figure out what we want to do long term.
Thank you so much, Director Gallagher. Do any of my colleagues have any questions or comments about this contract? Seeing none, I move for passage.
Second.
Please call the roll.
Brown, Dorans, favor, Remy Tyson, President Harden.
Passed.
And that's all I have in the Environment Committee this evening.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. The final committee to come before council is the Workforce Development Committee, chaired by Councilmember Tyson. The floor is yours.
Thank you. I have ordinance 2534-2020 is to authorize the Director of Development to execute a grant agreement with the Workforce Development Board of Central Ohio in an amount up to $1 million for the purpose of supporting employer workforce training investment program, to authorize an expenditure up to $1 million from the CARES Act fund, and to authorize the payment of expenses starting March the 1st of 2020, and to declare an emergency. The employer workforce training investment program seeks to increase the skills of incumbent and newly hired workers in small to medium, minority-owned, women-owned, and veteran-owned businesses with the City of Columbus. Assisting businesses with the funding to support employees could help with retention and engagement and lead to stability as they recover from financial hits during the pandemic. This program will provide increased flexibility for small businesses to support training and development of their workforce. Many small and medium-sized businesses do not have the revenue to provide employees with tuition reimbursement or training programs to increase their skills, and smaller businesses are facing severe challenges due to COVID-19. These services provided by the Workforce Development Board of Central Ohio cannot be provided by existing city employees because the services are beyond the city's current staffing capacity to provide. And so the Workforce Development Board of Central Ohio, Opal Brandt, Director of Business Solutions, will make a few comments. Opal?
Good evening, everyone. Thank you for this opportunity to speak today. So it is my pleasure to talk about this particular program. I particularly want to thank Council Members Tyson, Council Members Duran, President Pro Tem Brown, and Council President Harden for this opportunity to speak to the legislation. I partnered with the Workforce Development Board to help Columbus businesses and employees thrive during the pandemic. As Council Member Tyson stated, the Workforce Development Board will form the Employer Resiliency Initiative. We have branded this initiative the Employer Advantage Fund. This fund will provide employers the opportunity to upskill and provide professional development opportunities for their employees, their current employees, and including employees that have been laid off. This fund will cover 100% cost of short-term training, as well as wages, 100% of wages during the time of the training. To date, we have more than 72 businesses that are interested in this particular program, and they're in the application process. I will also state that 80% of these businesses have less than 50 employees, so this is hitting the target. For additional information about the Workforce Development Board or this particular fund, you could reach out to www.wdbco.org. I'm welcome to answer any questions.
Well, thank you for simply being here, and this is an important program. As you mentioned, you already have 72 businesses, and it's significant when individuals are going through training that they'll be paid for that training. So that's so important, and that again, that you're also focused on employers with under 50 people. So this is a great partnership, and I look forward to hearing the success of this program. So I'm sorry you had to stay here so late, but I think it's probably worthwhile to get that $1 million to help individuals to be able to gain additional skills so that they can be employed in the City of Columbus. And all the businesses, from my understanding, our businesses are absolutely in need of individuals, and this is an incentive for them to be able to get individuals and help them with the additional training to be able to be employed. So thank you, Opal, for being here, and I move for passage.
Second.
Please call the row.
Brown, Dorans, favor, Remy Tyson, President Harden.
Ordinance is passed.
Thank you. That's all I have in my committee this evening.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Seeing no further business coming before council, may I have a motion to adjourn?
So moved.
Second.
Please call the row.
Brown, Dorans, favor, Remy Tyson, President Harden.
Meeting is adjourned. We have one speaker on